Let's see. So I can go ahead and open my screen here.
People can hold their space bar down to speak, or just
unmute. Yeah, everybody has access to unmute themselves.
Yeah.
So I can call on everybody as I'm looking at the screen. So so I guess we can start with Mary. I don't know if you'd like to just say a quick, or you can save it till later before you speak if you'd prefer to do that.
Yeah, let's give the floor to the teachers, because I'm going to hog enough time. Thank you.
So the first person that I have on my screen is Sean Hill.
So introduce yourself, Sean. You have to unmute.
He's unmuted.
Should be all set.
Let me mute myself so you.
So my name is Sean Hill. I spent about 15 years in the K-12 system before moving up into teaching higher ed. I currently teach Spanish as a visiting professor over at Grand Valley State University in Michigan. I also work for Delta College. I do basically academic success coaching, work as a learning specialist. I do tutoring. I do academic workshops as well. So that's why I may be in and out. I have multiple appointments during the day. So I'm from Michigan.
Hi, thank you. Good to meet you. And actually, so you're in Michigan, so maybe I didn't meet you, but you look familiar to me. So next I have Zoila Cáceres. Cáceres, is that? Zoila?
Just go on to the next one.
Okay. I have Martha Beatriz.
Good morning, everybody. I'm a Spanish teacher in elementary school, and the purpose of being in this workshop is always learning and improve my instruction, to get new tools, how to adapt to, like, on daily basis content, and to make my class more interactive and more connected with our daily activities, or what my students could be interested, especially the 5th or 4th grade, that could be more mature to integrate those kind of learning. And it's to improve, to learn, and to apply all the tools or skill I learned from this workshop. Nice to meet everybody.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. I have next Gloria Rivero.
Good morning. My name is Ms. Rivero. I work at Miami Northern Senior High School. I teach Spanish 1. I'm here to learn, every professional development, online classes. So everything that can fix to, help develop my students, are always trying. And definitely it's very important, because I want my students to be able to practice Spanish in their daily basis, and also like when they trying to go and then have part-time jobs and trying to find some kind of, like, employments outside. So definitely open to learn everything. So
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
okay.
And then Laura Guzman.
Gillian, they may not know how to unmute.
Yeah, she's unmuted now.
Because Zoila is muted.
Yeah, Zoila's muted, but Laura, you're unmuted. Oh, but we can't.
Sorry. Good morning.
Okay, we can hear you now.
My name is Zoila Casa, and I am a Spanish teacher at Sibania High Elementary for many years. Nice to meet you, everybody. And thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
For all.
Thank you for all you all do. You guys are the real superheroes. Let's see, and then Juan, that's Juan Carlos, right? I didn't see his picture, right, but
Hello, my name is Juan Fernandez. I work as a teacher, AP Spanish teacher, AP Lang and AP Literature on Coral Reef Senior High in Miami. I'm here to learn how to apply business vocabulary and business ideas to my classes, to my curriculum. And thank you for doing treaties like this.
thank you. And then I have Beatriz. Did you want to say, you work with Juan Carlos, right? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beatriz Cariello. I'm a Portuguese teacher at the Ronald Reagan Rouse Senior High School in Miami. I teach all levels of Portuguese since elementary Portuguese 1 until Cambridge classes. And my goal is to incorporate the activities and strategies to my practice and help my students to be prepared to their career path.
Thank you. Let's see, I have Ioelma. No, Joelma. Am I pronouncing
Yes, Joelma.
Joelma? Okay.
Bom dia. Good
Bom
morning,
dia.
everyone. Bom dia. I teach Portuguese language for middle and high school at Downtown Doral Charter Upper School.
Very nice, very nice. And then I have, is it Hyler Sanchez? Okay, tell me if I did good.
Yeah, Hyler Sanchez Madrigal. Right. I'm teaching at Coral Gables Senior High. I actually teach the dual enrollment classes at Gables, and I used to teach at FIU as well. I met Professor Watson in the symposium, you remember, in Indiana, Purdue University, 2009, October 2009.
Yeah, and the next time I saw him, he told me he couldn't stand the snow anymore and he had to get out of there.
I have no
So
support.
I remember that very clearly.
Yeah, exactly. So this is my 4th year teaching at Gables, and I'm actually doing the dual enrollment at Gables. And my main interest being here is actually for the next coming academic year, I'm planning to open 2 new dual enrollment classes. One is for reading and another one is for conversational classes. And those are focused on professional and business. So I'm using one of the book is Spanish for the profession fields, and another one is the Éxito Comercial. I'll be using those topics and reading for reading and conversational motivational test. So basically, I'm very excited about it because after I finish, I think I made my last workshop. It was with in the cyber at South Carolina in 2010 with the author of Éxito Comercial textbook. And after that, I haven't been in any other cyber event but this one. So I'm so excited for joining you guys. Thank you.
We're
I
happy
appreciate
to
it.
hear you, and congratulations on all the things that you're doing.
It's so nice to see Professor Watson again.
So I have Katrina, but she's going to be speaking to you. So I guess you can introduce yourself when you're speaking. And then we have Cynthia Velas.
Good morning, Cynthia Velasquez. Yes.
Oh, Velasquez. Yeah, I couldn't see the whole screen, I guess.
Okay, Cynthia Velasquez. It's me, right?
Yes, it's you. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm new, like a Spanish teacher. I was teaching science on my country about 13 years old. And this is my first years like a Spanish teacher. I'm working with a little kid of kindergarten. And I'm here because I want to learn more about the professional in the area. Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. I have a almost kindergartner at home, so I don't know how you do it. Yeah, he has a lot of energy. That's great, and congratulations on starting to be a kindergarten teacher here. That's exciting. And then I have Maria del Pilar.
Good morning. My name is Maria del Pilar Hernandez. I'm a Spanish teacher at Osharville Elementary. I think 2-3 years ago, I attended another PD like this at the university. I enjoyed in that moment many interesting presentations. In 2019, I traveled to Portugal. I visited Portugal. And then when some days ago, when I saw this PD, I decided that it's a wonderful opportunity to enjoy the PD, this time with another different point of view after visiting Portugal. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Did you visit Lisbon?
Yes, of course.
Beautiful, isn't it? I went many years ago and absolutely fell in love with it.
I went to different city, of course, the capital, beautiful. I enjoyed. So practice a little bit Portuguese, and then I saw this is okay. Another, to attend the PD with a different points of view, no, after visiting Portugal. So I'm very excited for this PD today. Thank you.
And I'm sure you'll meet a lot of friends on here that teach Portuguese. You could even practice with them.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. Yeah.
And then I have, so yeah, I could only see part of the names, but I have Lisette and it might be Monson. Is that right? Okay. Yeah. Oh, you're still muted there.
Okay, I think now it works. Yeah?
Yeah, you're good.
Good morning, everyone. I'm teaching Spanish at an elementary school, but even though I'm at the elementary levels, I'm very interested in this topic because, I'm open to move to upper grades. And I think it's a very opportunity, to be in contact with what is, what we can do in these other grade levels. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And then we have Ana Paula Lax. Yeah.
Morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm a Portuguese teacher. I work at Downtown Doral Charter Elementary School. I'm the Portuguese leader of Downtown Doral Elementary School and the Downtown Doral Upper School. And thank you. I love all these PDs. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to join it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Karen Rodriguez. There you go. There you are. Okay.
Alien, we have 7 minutes.
Okay. I'm sure we'll probably have some time to have everyone, let's see. Let me see if we have. I think we could have a few more people introduce themselves and then we can give the floor to Mary.
And a few people have introduced in the chat. They're having audio issues, so we might be getting close if everyone's brief. And if we start a couple minutes late, I mean, it's okay with me.
Okay, let's see. So I have Sylvia. Sylvia, is it Soleil? Soleil, okay.
Or Soleil. Hi, everyone. I'm Sylvia. I teach Portuguese at Palm Beach State College through a grant with UF, University of Florida, Mary Reisner. and the Department of Education. It's an inaugural elementary 1, Portuguese 1 group. Before that, I was working with a curriculum design and as a project coordinator at University of Georgia for the a sister grant for the Portuguese flagship program. And that's it. And before that, teaching Portuguese at FSU.
Very nice, very nice. Well, good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
And then I have Flor Roque.
Sorry. Good morning to everyone. Good morning. So I have been teaching so many years in Island North, Miami Beach. So I thank you for the opportunity to share this PD because I'm going to implement all of these new skills, all of these new vocabulary words in this area in my students. So I teach Spanish 1, Spanish 2, and AP class. So thank you so much and appreciate it.
Thank you. And let's see. I don't know if I have Roberto listed. I don't know if he wrote in the chat because I see that Mary said Karen, Roberto, and Melina. You just knew them from before, right, Mary?
No, they just, some of them are having technical difficulties to turn on their mics. So they're introducing themselves in the chat.
Okay, thank you for keeping up on that because I wasn't able to view all of the messages on the side just yet. Okay, so then we can go to Annette.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Bom dia.
Bom dia.
I'm Annette Arcelanian from Miami Beach Senior High School, teaching there for 25 years. I'm also the co-founder of the American Organization of Teachers of Portuguese. So Maria Del Pilar, you can join us too if you have passion for Portuguese. I also been participating on the cyber seminars for so many years, and I actually presented with Mary many years ago, and I like to be part of this because I love to incorporate career path and awareness into my curriculum of Portuguese.
Very nice to meet you. I think I remember you from one of the in-person programs that we did in 2019.
And I missed the in-person meetings so much.
Us too. We were, me and Maida were actually just talking about that this morning, that we miss just sitting at a table and meeting people and talking to them and
have a cafezinho with them people.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully we'll be back to that again soon.
Julia, sorry, ask Annette to send me the contact information, please.
I will, Maria.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
See, don't you miss making friends? Maybe we can figure out how to do it, right? How to do it on here.
Right. Right.
Let's see. I have Christina Vasquez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cristina Vasquez. Ms. Avendaño in the Bilingual Division of World Languages. I really appreciate workshops like this. Supposedly this is my off day, but I really want to be here. I was here last time a few months ago with another workshop with FIU, and I learned so many strategies that really have helped me so much. I've been a teacher for 23 years, mostly elementary and middle school. I've taught a few years at Miami-Dade College in the evening, and now I'm a Mass Academy teacher for the last 5 years, teaching Spanish 1, 2, 3, and 4 non-speakers and a Cambridge class. And I'm very, very happy to share my update here with all of you today.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you again. And then we have Anna Croning.
Good morning. I'm on my way for my second shot, so you see me bouncing. I teach in Miami at Ada Merritt. This is my 38th year. I taught for 20 years at the American School in Rio. I taught English and social studies, 10 years at Carver Middle School. I taught night school too. And the last 9 years, this is my 9th year, I guess, I've been teaching Portuguese at Ada Merritt Middle School, 6, 7, and 8, Portuguese and humanities class. And I'm very happy to be here. It's also my op day, but I'm very, very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. We're happy to
Obrigada.
have you all here when you could be on the beach somewhere. So I see you're there in a mountain. Is that, are you in Brazil?
No, this is just a back. I'm in the car going to. So this is Rocinha. This is favela. My school, the American school in Rio, it looks right over the Rocinha. So I taught for 20 years with this view, which is pretty from far away, but it has a lot of issues when you get closer, right?
Mm.
I really like this picture.
Me too. Me too. I have Laura Guzman. Did we hear from Laura? Maybe not, but I don't think so. Hi.
Oh, she's one of the ones with the technical difficulties in the chat.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay, thank you.
Spanish 2 for seniors at Miami Norland S8. So senior high, I guess.
Thank you so much, Mary. It just says E. Rodriguez.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm moving around because my son is playing in the background and I want to, looks like a virtual background, so sorry. And I'm a Spanish teacher for elementary, M.A. Walters Elementary in Hialeah. And I love when I read about this workshop because it's real life solutions for our class to give you new applications to the Spanish, because everybody suffer that the kids have difficulty to learn the language, and then I can relate it with the business, with all of that, especially my fifth graders. And I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. I have, let's see, Melina Castillo.
I think she's another one that introduced.
Okay. So
Yeah.
we may, is there anybody who did not introduce themselves? Because I think
I'm here.
Who said it's Karen? Or
Yes.
Carmen. Hi.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I just changed computer. I'm using my other computer so I can hear and talk. The other one, I have issues with it. So good morning, everybody. I teach in Norma LCUP, Sunny Isles, K through 8. And me gradué en Salamanca con Juan Carlos y Melina. So estamos en el mismo grupo y estoy muy contenta de que ustedes permitan que nosotros avancemos nuestros conocimientos en cuanto a los idiomas. Y muy agradecida. Me encanta este curso.
Gracias y mucho gusto. Let's see. And
good morning.
Good morning. Hi.
Sorry, I'm in an awkward place, but I'm supposed to be off today too. And I'm in Chicago instead of being in lovely Miami weather. My name is Carmen Pavon. I've been teaching for 20-something years. I recently moved to Miami. I taught Spanish, AP, Cambridge in West Florida, in Fort Myers mainly. Looking forward for this. I am teaching currently in Florida City, where the most populated students are from a Spanish background. And I want them to understand how meaningful it is to be bilingual in the workforce. So I saw this as a very great opportunity for them to be proud of speaking another language. Thank you for giving these workshops. I was looking forward for something that I can apply.
and everybody, I'm recording the session. So if I'll share it with you after, it will probably be by next week. But we can have it available to you if you find something that you'd like to share with your class that you learned today.
Awesome.
And I think that is everyone. Oh, I invited Professor Claudia Lau. She works with us here at FIU, but she speaks 6 languages and is very interested in, she teaches business, Asian studies. I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourself. And you're on mute.
Hi, everyone. My name is Claudia Lau. I'm in this work. Jillian, Maida, how are you? It's very nice to see you guys. We probably see each other a lot in different workshops. I really wanted to come here because I'm very interested in foreign languages. I've been teaching foreign languages for many, many years. I also have a professional teacher certificate for Florida to teach world languages. And as a matter of fact, I did teach Chinese language at Ronald Reagan Senior High School. So yeah, so I see some teachers from Ronald Reagan. Wonderful. I would love to see you and talk with you about how the school is and everything. But those professional development are really, really great. And I just wanted to come and participate as well and meet all of you guys.
And also to all my Brazilians, she's a fellow Brazilian. She's from Brazil.
Eu nasci no Brasil.
Claudia, please get in touch with me. The administration is looking for someone to read all the last names at the graduation, the 26th of April. And, and I was thinking of you last night, and then I couldn't remember how to get in touch with you. So please send me an email.
Okay, perfect. I will. I absolutely will.
That worked out really well then. So here she is.
There I am.
Yeah.
You thought about me.
Better.
And is there anybody else? And then if not, then we'll go ahead and pass it to Mary. Is there anybody else who has not already introduced themselves in the chat or on video that would like to introduce themselves? I think that we have everybody, and then Mary, you should have access to share your screen if you'd like to. I have you listed as a co-host now. Here you are. I'll go ahead and mute myself here.
Let me unmute, start my video. And before I get going, just so it's fresh in my mind after hearing people introduce themselves, I'm really excited to see some elementary level teachers, because I think being creative, we can also come up with basic activities at the elementary level, and anyone from the middle school. I believe there's 1 or 2 courses on careers. At least I've heard from teachers up here in Central Florida in the state that I think would be a great connection with LSP. And then for the heritage speaker person, and there might be more, there's really big opportunity for LSP activities in those classes to help those students that may not have that professional level. They may speak it at home, but they need to hone the skills more. So I think there's a lot of potential for you in your class for this. So
sorry, I forgot to add that you should have access to launch the poll if you'd like to. I named it Mary's poll, but I don't know, maybe we already have the information that you were.
Yeah, I think since we had everybody introduce themselves, that's perfect. So, and we got even, and everybody got a chance to interact. Okay. And so all I was gonna say quickly before I get going, just a personal note about me, that ever since I was an undergrad in marketing and Latin American studies at Stetson back in the 80s, I've just had a passion for language, culture, and kind of professional and business connections. And then when I became a grad student at UF, they have a really big focus on Brazil, and no one had ever talked about Brazil before when I was studying Latin America for all those years. So I fell in love with Brazil while I was at UF. Then I got hired at UF, and then, you know, the love story has just gone on, because I've had some great experiences with Brazil, working with the language, business Portuguese, and also with business Spanish. So that being said, I get excited, talk really fast, because I love this topic, and there's a lot going on. So hopefully I don't overwhelm with a lot of information. So what I want to do, since I'm the first person talking, and I see the agenda where other people are going to cover some things more in depth, so I thought I would start with just some basic concepts about languages for specific purposes, and kind of get our creative juices going to think of what we can do in LSP courses in any language. And then hopefully as the other speakers go on, that we can get into more detail. So I hope you'll make notes as I kind of throw out random ideas of what can be done in the classroom and with the community. So you all can share those. Hopefully we'll have a little discussion time at the end of sessions throughout the day. So I'm going to cover building strategic collaborations within your school campus and beyond, go over some possible activities, and then share resources, opportunities, and kind of talk about how you guys can work with FIU Cyber, FIU Center for Latin American Studies, and the UF Center for Latin American Studies. So why LSP, languages for specific purposes? Have any of you heard of that term, LSP? I think that was in the poll, but it wasn't worth launching the poll. Can people maybe, this is kind of hard the way with this many people to be able to see in the chat how people respond. So anyhow, simple definition. There's a lot of academic definitions out there, but simply put, it's a focus on helping students discover and practice the types of language they need to meet their specific professional goals. So again, I wanted to kind of engage, but I'm not sure how. I can see if people put anything in the chat. Let me see if I can get there. Okay, now I can see a chat screen. So are any of you doing some kind of career related themes in their class? I know the one teacher said that they're designing some courses coming up. Anybody? Okay, no response. Oh, Anichi directly. And I know Sean and Katrina are, so hopefully they'll type in some things in the chat as we go along. So what are the advantages of LSP, languages for specific purposes? Students, it's hard enough to get students motivated these days, and many feel forced to take language as a requirement. So with LSP, they see it as something meaningful. They feel like there's an impact because it's helping them with some professional, personal purposes. It's going to help them. It's going to prepare them for work in the US, especially in the South Florida area. You guys are so international down there. Or if they happen to work abroad, it's an advantage for those that are going to college because they can go in at a higher proficiency level. And I think what's really key for K-12 LSP and why we need to be doing more of it is that a lot of students won't go to college. So they need that same fair shot to get that language and career training before they leave high school and go straight into the workforce. So does anybody do any kind of career exploration in their language classes, like just getting students to think, like even when you do maybe some basic activities, learning professions, which I think is something, definitely at, great, okay, Anechi does. That would be a really simple, nice one for young kids for the elementary level to just kind of talk about what are the types of careers, some basic vocabulary with that. Here are some that are the most common at college level courses. These are, definite topics that can be integrated more at the high school level. Okay, and Sean's got in there resumes, CVs, and I think Katrina's going to talk about that a little bit as well in her session. So lots of possibilities for careers across fields and industries. Okay, so as with everything that's like really cool and really useful, it usually takes extra energy. So as I'm going through naming or listing and suggesting a lot of activities and things to do, we do have to keep in mind that there are challenges, and it does take some extra work, but I think that extra work is rewarded for the students and for you as the educator. Getting a full LSP, Business Spanish, Business Portuguese course at K through level, I know can be difficult. That's why we often suggest integrating units. Katrina can maybe talk about how her administration supported her to get an actual course going for so long. I think Sean the same way. Takes a lot of your time because you're developing a lot of your own materials from the web, or you're adapting textbooks. Like the one teacher said, he's using Éxito Comercial to adapt. Some of the more innovative off-campus activities are a little more complicated because at K through 12, you've got all kinds of paperwork and risk of minors. Scheduling, and these are kind of comments that I've gotten from teachers that I've worked with over the years that have said these are some of the problems that they face. Scheduling conflicts if it's a course on its own, and sometimes it's competing with AP or IB classes. So I'm glad to see there was somebody said they are AP. I don't know about IB, but said AP because I think really LSP language teachers can collaborate with AP and IB classes and not have to compete. So what are the rewards of LSP? These are also notes from some of the teachers that I have worked with that I'm going to list in a couple slides. So I think it's similar to any language classes. It's just got a more professional focus. So it's really exciting for teachers to see that their students, have gotten a job or an internship based on having those improved language skills from their course. Just having the students write to them and let them know how much the course helped them. And Katrina might have more testimonials on that as well. And then just the general feeling rewarded about the students having gotten that outside real world experience, getting out of the academic institution. So I wanted to give a shout out to the K through 12 LSP, and pretty much everyone's, has done Spanish. We need to get Anechi on there though, I guess, for the Portuguese. So all of these teachers have been doing the LSP for at least 8 to 10 years. And some have moved on to other careers, but we still have some of their materials available for you to look at. And many others continue doing innovative things. The last couple that I don't have photos for are some of the more recent ones. A teacher near Gainesville who's doing career and technical education nutrition. Oh my gosh, I have a typo. Sorry, man. So she's connecting nutrition and Spanish, and then the teachers in Georgia are now doing translation interpretation for workplace Spanish. So for those teachers that, and I'm sure there's many more out there, I just can't find them. I've only worked with the ones that I listed above, and that was always with help from FIU Cyber, UF Cyber, or our Center for Latin American Studies. So on the Noble webpage, I have these links down here below in blue. You can find where we have posted people's materials, presentations, and I still have some more actually to add because this site was started in 2009 and it's just been hard to keep up with it. There's also an event page here for the Noble site, and you can find out other trainings that are happening around the world, in the US. And the one positive thing out of COVID is that professional development has become easier because you can now attend workshops from all over the world, whereas before you needed $2,000 to get there. So that I think that's one thing we gained. Actually, there's a tele-collaboration and LSP workshop happening today in Europe. So there's a lot going on. It's just hard to stay informed. I actually send out a newsletter every couple months. So with Jillian, we can keep in touch, and if you want, I can add you to my newsletter.
Somebody also asked if you could post those links in the chat for Noble.
Oh, you know what I'm probably gonna do? See, I shut down see in the chat. I didn't mean to. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's hiding. All right. Yes, I can actually do a handout. That's probably gonna be most useful. So I'll do a handout and then Jillian can email it out to everyone if that works. So here's something that building strategic collaborations that I think is really, really important, but it does take time. And I know we're all super busy, and especially K-12 teachers. I was one, I taught K-12, I taught high school IB Spanish years ago, and it was crazy then. And I know it's gotten crazier now with all of the bureaucracy they're putting teachers through. So I know people's time is limited, but I'm just gonna throw out some thoughts here to see if it kind of inspires people and get us all thinking of possibilities. And I'm happy to help as I volunteered Jillian with FIU Cyber to support you guys. So as we know, especially in academia, we're all separated, segregated. So I think a key thing to advancing LSP and helping us all get our students better prepared is breaking down these silos. We know secondary, post-secondary articulation is lacking. This attempt where we've got FIU and UF reaching out to work with language teachers is an attempt to try to break down the kind of those obstacles and see how we can support teachers for LSP. At university campuses, there tends to be the liberal arts, humanities versus professional schools like business, law, engineering, etc. And at the high school level, the equivalent would be world languages versus career academies, career and technical education. And then the kind of separation between schools and industry, because kids need to be connecting to the real world, actually with all their subjects, not just with world languages, but just to be better prepared. They need real world experiences, and LSP languages does just that. So one way of building those strategic collaborations on your own campus is to connect with your career academies. So I was just wondering if all of you have heard of CTE and career academies, the term, if anybody, or if anybody has a career academy or more than one at their school. I'm not seeing anything in the chat. So it could just be.
At my school, we have the students, all of them are grouped in different academies. Academy of Finances or Academy of Health or Law. Yeah, so basically the main teach in my school is the IB program. And all the foreign language classes are focused on the IB program. That's why I decided to design these classes for the professionals, Spanish for the professionals, basically thinking in that 2/3 of the population of the students, because 1/3 is the IB, but we have the 2/3 of our students that we don't offer anything for them. So that's why I basically was thinking in opening these classes, Spanish for the professionals and Spanish for business, in order for them to receive something else more focus on the professionals.
Okay, well that's great, and I see in the chat that some people do have career academies. So hopefully this will plant some seeds, and I'm happy to even brainstorm with people of how to help you get in with the career academies. Because again, it's educational institutions connecting to the workplace. So career and technical education is booming around the country and across states. The government is pouring tons of money into CTE because everybody wants people to be prepared for work, and they need skills. So tons of money is getting poured in. the CTE career academies, they all already have connections with the business world and all kinds of industries. They have internships for their students. They have all kinds of programs. They have sponsorships. So to me, we as the world language people have to reach out to them and get them to see the value of global competence, learning about other countries, other global work contexts, and then you sneak in the language stuff, which takes a little longer, but we can push that in. And I did recently get an in at the state CTE conference, and then COVID came, so things have kind of slowed down, but we're trying to get that going again. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And so I encourage you all to reach out to your career academy people. Hope, if you have okay, so I see Anetu's got travel and tourism, nice, okay. But so one thing we have on our side, and I think could be helpful for you guys, if you can get someone over in your CTE academy to listen to you or give you a few minutes, the National CTE Association is working with a nonprofit called the Asia Society that promotes global education. And they now have online training modules. They have all kinds of materials helping CTE teachers to bring in the global concepts. And they're also promoting, little by little, they're bringing in the language piece. So I encourage you all to share some of this global CTE toolkit with your academy people, and then kind of try to make friends and see how you can connect and collaborate. We have a Spanish and Healthcare Academy connection in Citrus County, which is north of Orlando. We're working on another one in here in New Smyrna on the coast where I am. And I'd love to see somebody interested that has a connection with a business academy of some sort, and I'm happy to help you brainstorm and make your way in. You can look at the CTE pages and see all the different career pathways. Every county lists which academies they have, so you can maybe tap into a particular industry that you are most interested in, or that matches the context of your community. And the resources you already have, because that always helps if there's already a base of something and you just build on that rather than starting something brand new. It makes it much easier. So I'm going to take a sip of water and take a breather and give you guys a break. Anybody have any quick questions now as I'm moving through this kind of speedy? Everybody okay? So I really encourage people on the CTE because I think there's so much potential there. And there's actually was a recent article in the Actful Language magazine last summer that talks about it. So there are people doing it. We just need to advance more. So just in case anyone's doubting why you would want to do world languages and careers, world languages and professions, particularly in Florida, and then even more so for you guys, and the majority of you are in South Florida. I mean, Florida is the gateway to Brazil and Latin America. There's just no doubt. And I think what happens maybe sometimes with students is when you see something so much, you kind of take it for granted. But I think with the LSP courses, you can raise that awareness for students of what opportunities are in our state and get them even working on, research data, compiling information, finding out what are the trade opportunities, what are the global businesses in Florida, et cetera. So Enterprise Florida, I don't know if any of you have heard of it, but it's a quasi-governmental association in Florida, and most states have something similar, like an international economic development group, and their whole job is promoting global business, international trade in the state. So if you go to their website, they have an international section with all kinds of materials that I think students could do research on. Even though it's in English, they could do small reports back in the target language, whatever you could creatively come up with. But I only took screenshots of top trading partners, our export and import top people or top countries. But if you go farther down, like to the top 10, the top 15, 20, there's a lot more Latin American countries. So there's definitely plenty to entice students to realize opportunities working with Latin America from Florida and needing the language and culture skills. So this map is a little bit old. Actually, I stole it off of a slide from an old presentation, and I'm really only representing some of the major Brazilian firms that are in Florida that would be potential contacts to reach out to and see how they might want to collaborate with your Portuguese class. But you guys know better than me. I mean, in South Florida, there's just tons of Latino, Latin American, or Brazilian businesses that you can also tap into, which would be at a different level. And I made a note here to myself, and then I forgot to get the link, but I can add it to the handout. There's also a census map that you can click on and just see what the number of language speakers are in a certain city or area. So I think that's kind of interesting to let students know, especially heritage speakers, to just show the power that they have in their area. And then for the the speakers that are learning Spanish and Portuguese, they can see just how important it is to be bilingual or trilingual. And then just quickly on this slide, more connections to engage with industry. There's 3 Brazil-US Chamber connections, Miami, Orlando, and Tampa. On the Enterprise Florida site, you can read about the Brazil office. And I reached out to the Brazil office rep over the years, and they're usually pretty responsive and they love to work with educators. So that page is actually in Portuguese. So you do have something in the target language there. And then Spanish speaking Latin America, there's so many binational chambers in Florida as well that you can reach out to. And okay, Bauduco. Okay. Oh, they make the panettone, I think. Yeah. So for Spanish, there's a lot of binational chambers, and that list is also on the Enterprise Florida site. Business, connecting with small businesses, community organizations. I think Katrina's going to talk a little bit more about this. Aneche and Beatriz would be able to share with you more Brazilian cultural connections. And honestly, sometimes we just forget to ask our students, and we could be surprised, and our parent, one of our parents, is a CEO of a big company, or maybe they just run a small business in the community that would be inspiring for the students to hear from, or that may have ideas to help you come up with some small project for your class to work with. Just a quick mention of sister cities. I don't know if Brazilian Business Group in Boca Raton. Okay, I don't know if any of you have heard of sister cities, but they're all over the country. I listed just a few specifically with Brazil, but there's sister cities with connected all over the world. And there is a sister city link on the Enterprise Florida site as well. It's kind of like a gold mine of global resources. I work with the sister cities up in Daytona. We're with Diamantina, Brazil, Campeche, Mexico, and Bayonne, France. And we're constantly trying to find teachers that will collaborate with us. We can't find them. So I would think, you look in your area, see who the sister cities are, and see if you can get some collaboration there, because the personal relationships are already there. It's not about, sister cities is never about making money. So whatever you do with Sister Cities tends to be very personal, enriching, and it doesn't cost money. Welcome, Augusto. I just saw she came in.
Thank you, Mary.
Long time.
Nice to see you. Very nice to see you.
So I'm checking on my time. Okay, so it's 9:34. So here I'm going to just throw out some resources and just random activities, thoughts that I have. And I know Katrina and Annie are going to introduce many more. But so hopefully I see Jillian's jotting down some ideas of like what people could do by some of the slides that are up here. So I hope the rest of you will kind of be making notes or put in the chat so we can save it and remember to share with people. So just quickly, since I know, in a lot of lesson plans, you got to include Florida state standards or national standards. So it's very clear that LSP, Business Spanish, Business Portuguese, is totally applicable to ACTFL core practices, the 5 C's, ACTFL guidelines, etc. I meant to go. This is a document also on ACTFL for workplace proficiency that might be useful. And then we'll just kind of move on. So those are kind of reference points as you need to put any guidelines or whatever in your, to defend your lesson plans. So this is a handbook that we did actually in collaboration with the UF Cyber years ago. It's available on the Noble website for download, and we are working on a volume 2. So if anybody has some tried and true lessons that they want to contribute, we would happy for you to be in touch with us, because we're now working with FIU Cyber and Jillian to do this. What else was I going to say on that? Yeah, and I would love to get some Business Portuguese activities in there, because this first volume was all Spanish. And Sean actually contributed, Sean, who's on the workshop now, he contributed kind of financial literacy, working with currency, exchange rates, etc. So this is a resource, a little old, but we're trying to get a new one published soon. So what I would, what do we got here? Oh, okay, nice. Oh, yeah, the Bauduco would be great visit if they give free samples. So here I just broke down some random activity possibilities by what you might do in the classroom and what you might do out of the classroom. And so a lot of these people have been doing forever, but some things are always new to people. And hopefully, if some of you are doing these activities and have enhancements, we would love to hear about those and share those. So in the classroom now, as technology has advanced, just doing internet searches to research companies looking for authentic materials, virtual guests, which basically virtual guests are actual projects, will be talked about with the COIL session later on. UF, Latin American Studies, does have a virtual connection network where we find speakers for classes, and we have that guest expert come into your class for like 20-25 minutes, so that we never get any requests for Business Portuguese or Business Spanish. I would love to get some requests for that. Kind of the old standard student presentations, talking about career opportunities between Florida and Brazil, trade, etc. And then I'll talk a little bit later about infographics that can be used from beginner to advanced levels with students. So again, breaking those barriers, getting the school connected with community and business. What can we do beyond the classroom? Getting students to interview anybody, with a Spanish related or Portuguese related business site visits, which I believe Katrina is going to talk about a little bit, or any kind of small business project that someone needs for marketing or for translating. Those are good opportunities, because then the students actually feel they've done a task and it actually had impact on the real world. And that's something they can even put on their resume or in their portfolios. So these are little items that I collect when I'm traveling. And some of these are actually pretty old. And you guys could think, what are other items that might be usable? And you know, so many things you can screenshot from the internet now, but just, you know, still having some things that students can actually have on a piece of paper or the document itself. So some of these are just little flyers, like when you're walking around in Rio or Sao Paulo somewhere, and you know, people just handed you flyers. So collecting business cards from different countries. There's just all kinds of cultural implications, and you know, just more like cultural analysis out of these items. UF, Latin American Studies, has traveling suitcases, which I didn't put a slide in here, but we have trunks full of objects from different, based on themes tied to Latin America. So I'll put that on the handout. And so we collect items like this, and product labels, empty product packages, all of those things you can definitely get some interesting activities out of, you know, calculating calories, looking at nutrients, the ingredients, social media emblems that are on their vocabulary, etc. I'm sure in Miami, you guys have tons of Spanish language community newspapers and Portuguese ones. This happens to be one I've just known of for years and still get at the house. But yeah, so for kids that have never touched a newspaper, it might be an exciting experience. And these guys still actually have a print version, and then they have an online version, and you can receive it for free, and they might send you more copies as a classroom. I think they'd be excited that there's a classroom interested in looking at what's happening in Florida and Central Florida and Brazil. Oh, and that's another kind of career connection that I didn't list up above, is journalism and communications. So different internet activities. Again, I think people have been doing these for a long time. Company research, looking at websites, you know, maybe a company, what does that company's website look like with the US version? What's the Brazilian version or the Colombian version? Just to kind of get students to see cultural nuances in the way marketing is done, and the way even web design is done. Advertising analysis. I mean, you can screenshot material, you can find ads from magazines, etc. And I think it might even be interesting to compare ads for ads in the US with for the Latino market, and then contrast and see what maybe slight differences there could be for ads actually in Latin America, because I'm sure there's like got to be a slight nuance of difference. And then here on self-tests in the target language, I don't have any for Spanish, but I bet there's tons. And these would be more for an intermediate level, unless you did a little bit of scaffolding with some vocabulary. But I used to do them with my business Portuguese class at UF years ago. And some of the sites don't exist anymore, but this one, the Carlos Martins site, I thought it was pretty cool. And I think the kids would like it to, you know, because you just take a little test and then it gives you some results or gives you feedback. So especially for heritage speakers, I'm sure you can find these in Spanish. So there was one on personal branding. So these are all career skills that all of our kids need to be developing. And these are sites where you can kind of work on that in the target language. So these are all Portuguese. There's one on like, would you be a good entrepreneur? What is your best career choice? And then I just copied and pasted a few of the other things that that are in the site that might be interesting for the Portuguese teachers to check out. And there has to be something similar for Spanish. So just throwing that one out there. How am I doing on time? So I mentioned this earlier in terms of realia, but I thought I would just give a few more. Oh, perfect. Okay, Shalon does some of the. So business cards, may seem just like ridiculously simple, but honestly, I think this could go from beginner level up to even advanced activities if you get creative. Particularly for beginners, there's just so many cultural nuances in a business card, and I just so happen to have one from a friend in Spain. I don't have a Latin American one, but just getting students to kind of look at something, and these can be in simple. They can be activities with very simple sentences in the target language, and just noticing, okay, the number of the address is after the street, not before, like in the U.S. Where is the zip code placed? Compared to here in the US. How do they say the numbers? And I think this might be kind of activity that Katrina and Annie do, like very simple clerical or just simple tasks that we don't think to teach about are really key when someone gets on the phone and has to read a phone number to someone or understand a phone number or give and receive information. So students can learn about the fact that there's country codes and city codes. What else have I got? What else have I thought? And this card has less information. Some cards have more, so you can kind of pull a little more culture out of it. This Novartis, I think, is just so worldwide. They may not have that extra note on it, but if you look at my link to the right for the Hotel Vermont, there's the BR at the end. So I was thinking as a possible activity for that, because I don't know if students really, or any adult that doesn't work internationally, if they even realize or think that other country domains have the abbreviation at the end to let you know what country website you've entered. So I was thinking a possible interesting activity for any level could be researching what those are, and then reinforcing some geography and map skills, and placing the web link by country. So they have to kind of review where are all the Latin American countries and what are the different abbreviations. So it's a tiny detail, but I think for someone going into global work that could be useful. So in just regular language classes and language texts, you have activities, like for travel and activities that are just more geared towards a personal focus, but you could, while you're in those chapters, you just can give that professional take on it and say, oh, well, we're planning a business trip. And because if you're a small business person or an entrepreneur, you aren't going to have, and you're not a CEO, you're not going to have that secretary that's going to do all this stuff for you. Or maybe you are the secretary doing this when you get your first job. So I picked Hotel Vermont because that's where I used to stay all the time in Rio when I would go for my UF work. But so you can have them start booking a room, calculating budget, how much are they going to spend for this work trip. I put the Lojas Americanas, thinking, they can just kind of look at what's kind of like a Walmart comparison, even though, Walmart has its own stores there. I didn't have time to get into that, but, say, because you're traveling on a business trip and suddenly you realize you forgot something, you're missing something. So you got to go to the store and figure out where to buy it, how much it is, find it in the store, talk to people at the store, et cetera. So I think, and I actually used to do this with my IB Spanish students 20 years ago, and we would have fun with these big store flyers, planning trips and setting up budgets. I think that hopefully students now, 20 years later, still kind of like that kind of thing. I'm just throwing in the virtual guest, virtual exchange opportunity. The Professor Portillo will be talking about this in detail coming up, but it would be great to see more K-12 teachers doing the COIL or virtual exchange, and particularly with the LSP focus. So hopefully working with Jillian, we can maybe support you guys to get more involved. And I wanted you to all know about this great event that is coming up April 8th and 9th. So it's only a couple of weeks away. And it is sponsored by Monterey Tech, which is a super famous university. So if anybody's Mexican, they've probably heard of it. So this is the Prepa Tech is their high school, and they are organizing, I hope it's going to be an annual thing, but it's bringing together high school teachers from around the world to connect and talk about virtual exchange. So I think whoever can attend this, it'll be great. I'm going to try to attend as much as I can. I put the registration link down here, and I can put that on the handout. Or I don't know if, yeah, actually, while Katrine is talking, I might be able to. This one is important because the deadline already passed, but it's still showing as open when I accessed it. So I think people could still register, and they're not going to turn people away since it's virtual. And if not, you can contact the organizers, or I can stalk them again. I've already reached out to talk to them, so I could send a message begging that some Florida teachers are allowed to register. And then, so just quick slides. I'm assuming Professor Portillo is going to talk about this, but there's a new Latin American network for virtual exchange that just started this past year, and it's free for the moment. It's free to join. So I encourage you guys to check this out, do a Google search. And it's higher ed, but the webinars I've attended for this, people were asking about K through 12 in high school. So I think there could be potential collaboration there. Teletan in Brazil, I'm sure is going to get talked about. The Teletan in with the language connections has now expanded to all subject areas for Brazil virtual exchange. For any of you that are doing higher ed adjunct work, because this is, the UNESCO would definitely be all, I believe it's all higher ed. I'm not sure about K-12. So hopefully you're all still with me as I go on high speed. Has anybody used case studies or scenarios in their class? Oh, Anna knows Hotel Vermont. That was like my hangout. I loved that. Anybody with case studies? So, you know, in business school, case studies tend to be really huge and long and complicated, but at the intermediate and advanced level, they are useful. And this is another idea, because we need more materials for the K through 12 level. So this would be almost a project if some teachers wanted to get together and do some cultural scenarios to use in classes. I have some old Brazilian ones that I have to find on my hard drive at the office, but I'm not in Gainesville now. So I'm going to look those up and see how current they still are, that I kind of came up with talking to business people in Brazil, and I can share, but we need more. We need more of these materials. Just more resources to overwhelm you with. I did a project, oh my gosh, 20 years ago for Florida Brazil Business. And so we still have some, we have some of the interviews on there in English and in Portuguese. It's kind of funny to see the bad quality of video back then. But we have them still on a YouTube site just to not lose them. So, I mean, I think kids couldn't stand looking at bad quality video, but I have to see if some of those could be made, like just for the oral, for podcasts. I think there's still some good content in those interviews. Orlando Kelm has his site, God, from 20 years ago too. That's how I met this professor that did these executive interviews from UTexas. I asked permission as a grad student to kind of start doing it. And then we did a case study book together, which is now very old. Okay, great. Now I've got workers out in the backyard making noise. I'm sorry. So you can access the link of the case studies. They're in English and Portuguese for anybody that is willing to go out of the target language for a lower level, you know. And our case studies actually came from my thesis research in Brazil of US franchises in Brazil. So it's kind of motivating for anybody that's going back to school. You know, there's just a lot of things you can do that can become disseminated to the public. Yeah, if they go to Orlando's site, he has tons of material. And I didn't even get to hit the Brazil pod, Conversa Brasileira. But I think if they go to any, or they just Google his name, they're gonna find his stuff. And again, I'll put some things on the handout. I'm gonna skip comments on presentations because I think, you know, people have been just doing presentations forever, even though they have their useful moment. But what I've been doing with undergrads now, actually, just in English for Latin American business, infographics are great. It's the way of the world. Students learn kind of digital skills, having to be creative with graphics, being concise, very basic terminology to convince and inform about whatever topic they choose, or you kind of give them as options. So I think the infographic things is a good opportunity across levels for you all to try. And then it's, you know, it's just a nice product that the students have that they've done. Oh, and I'm not going to play the whole thing, but this is I think Anette and Beatriz and Augusto will remember the Why Study Portuguese video that we did in 2012. So that's 9 years old. So I am challenging all of you, whether it be for Portuguese or for Spanish, or maybe on a country, I'm just going to click and play a little bit. But I would love to see some students do a new one. And maybe Jillian and I can find funding to give to the teacher for the winner, and you guys can get whatever, pão de queijo, salgadinho in class or whatever. So now, hold on, let me hit play. It's a little loud. So I'm just going to kind of go through, and this is on our YouTube channel. And then we kind of, so this is back in the day when Greek, you know, Brazil was in a different place back then. It's things are different now. But so since Brazil always seems to get a bad rap and everybody wants to think about like the depressing things about Brazil, our goal for this video was to be like, Brazil is actually pretty great, you know, with the industries, the talented people and everything. So I think we need, because there's got to be kids in your classes that just would do this in a heartbeat and have some great products. So hopefully some of you will take this challenge. I'm going to move on to the next slide. And for Spanish speaking Latin America as well, we need this. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I'm trying to see now. How do I? There we go. Okay, we're out. All right, close. So I want to have time for us to try to discuss. So I'm going to skip site visits because Katrina is going to talk because she does this and can give you her real experiences. I just put in a slide for the Georgia language teachers that are doing the workplace Spanish for translation interpretation. So even if there's bureaucracy and complications, you know, it's doable and it's worth the experiences for the students. Taking them out into the real world, to businesses, or bringing the business to your campus. And honestly, we got 15 minutes. I don't think we need to go over these challenges and strategies for success. I'm just going to bleep past them. And then my resources are quick, but I did want to kind of give a shout out at different groups. For you guys in South Florida, you are in the heartland of the AOTP. to connect with. And I'm sure they would love to even have Spanish teachers join, because Spanish teachers need to be teaching about Brazil in their class too. It is part of Latin America, even though in Spanish classes we pretend that it isn't. So I've given presentations at AATSP where just bringing that point up, like, yeah, Brazil is part of Latin America too. So even though they don't speak Spanish, students of Spanish should be learning about Brazil. And Spanish is booming in Brazil because Brazilians are learning Spanish, because that just gives them the competitive advantage all through the region, because then they're going to have Portuguese, Spanish, and most likely English. So AATSP is the other national group. Obviously, you know about FIU's Latin American Center, UF Center, now you know about it through me, and then FIU's Cyber. I just wanted to, okay. You can check our UF LATAM site. We do summer teacher institutes. We haven't done anything in Brazil because Brazil was just getting so expensive for a while there for flights. And so we've been we've been more Costa Rica, Belize, and now we've been focusing on Mexico because that's our sister city. So it's so affordable and it's so welcoming because we have real personal context there. So we've had to cancel because of COVID, but next year, 2022, we should be doing it again. And I'm trying to bring in some CTE teachers as well to get them some global exposure this summer. I will let Jillian know to send out a message. I think we're going to do a virtual K-12 virtual exchange training that some of you can sign up for. And then right now through April, there's a Latin American Studies Teaching Award that you might want to click on and see if you want to apply. I mean, it's a kind of a lot of paperwork to apply, but you know, if you win, you get $500 and some recognition. I think this is, okay, these are the last two, and then I want to hear from you. We'll have time to hear other people's ideas. So this is a very cool initiative happening in Europe. I'm so jealous because basically some of these things are what I wanted to do with Noble 10 years ago, but I didn't have much money or collaboration. Whereas these are big European Union funded projects that are supporting virtual exchange, COIL, and also languages for specific purposes, because they realize too, people need to be prepared for global jobs. So I'll have to put the link on the handout, but you can also just Google Catapult EU, European Union. They're on Twitter, they're on YouTube. And the current MOOC is happening right now, and they're offering it, I think, 2 or 3 times a year, and it's free. You'll meet other language teachers from around the world, even though a lot of them are actually focusing on English for specific purposes. But the concepts, many of the concepts are the same. And they have started an online community as well that you can register for it. So they're doing a lot. So it's almost confusing when you go to the Catapult site because there's just so much that they've put together. So I just want to get that on your radar to check it out. And then I encourage you to be on social media. Oh man, did I lose? Oh no, there it is. Okay. I was totally anti-social media, but once I got on Twitter years ago, I make so many educational connections. I connect with world language, et cetera. So I encourage you to use your social media for educational purposes. Last resource, this is the ALC Bridge site. If you check it out, they're more for language services, translation, interpretation, localization. But you can join their site for free and encourage your students to sign up, and they're trying to connect students with employers with language skills. So I think that's it. My contact slide, my Twitter handle, Lang for Careers. We have a language learning for business in the professions Facebook page. We have a Florida Connected global education page. I share tons of resources here. So if you follow any of these, you're going to hear there's so many funding opportunities for K through 12 teachers now that were not around when I was K through 12 teacher. So, and then I just remembered doing this presentation that I forgot I have a SlideShare account. So I got to add some more stuff there. But so that's that. And I would like to hand it over to you guys and maybe look through the chat and with the time we have to see what you guys think, what ideas you came up with while I was kind of throwing 5,000 ideas at you, and what you're already doing, maybe, you know, enhanced in a different way, what ideas, etc. Okay, so it's my turn to be quiet, which is really hard.
Katrina asked if you can share the link to your presentation with you. Would you be okay with sharing your slides possibly? Or
Oh, yeah. Well,
you can email that to
a handout, right?
She was, yeah, I'll do the links. And then, you know, Katrina is much more modern because she has a link to her presentation, but I'm gonna, since I just remembered I have that SlideShare account, I think I'm gonna upload it there, and then I can share the link to that. And I think anyone can access it, even if you're not on SlideShare. But anyways, once I take the video out, because that video is like, I don't know, millions of megabytes, it will be easy to share. So comments, questions?
Mary, can I say something quickly?
Claro.
First of all, thank you so much for your presentation, sharing so much information for both languages, Portuguese and Spanish. I just came to my mind that for the Portuguese teachers that we have the Focus Brazil seminars every single year. They are doing online now for obvious reasons, but they have a segment just on business.
Yes.
And they invite local business to present, to talk about how they started, what, you know, like all different things related to starting a business or anything related to business anyhow. So it would be something great to, I would say for high school, not elementary or middle, maybe just for high school students to be part of that. And they would love to have them over there.
Yeah.
They are actually in the process of presenting Focus Brazil now, and they are all over the world, you know,
right?
Brazil, Italy, England, Brazil, including, and you know, everything started here in South Florida. But that's a resource right there.
Yes, exactly. And one thing I forgot to say in the presentation is that, you know, in the trenches, you know, being at the school with a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of things going on, you know, getting involved in these other kind of professional development things with the community, it's just rejuvenating, I think. And the more you know about these professional opportunities, the more you can share with your students and the more excited they're going to be. So you grow personally, and then that creative, energetic juices are going to make it to your students. So, oh yeah, business career day by local, Yeah, I think, you know, maybe these are some things we can add in with this next handbook to takeaways for elementary, middle school. We can brainstorm about their plans. Yeah. Definitely. And that's where the LSP, I think, can have leverage. And I don't know if Sean and Katrina want to comment on that, since they've been doing these courses for years. They might have something else to add. Because Katrina's only got a half hour, and I know she has a lot to say.
Well, Mary, I'm outdoors right now, but I'd like to share a little bit. My eighth graders, they do that. Like I said, they research on a company, a Brazilian company. Sometimes they find out that it's not really Brazilian when they go through the, you know, they dig so much that they find out that it's an immigrant that arrived and actually brought like Balduco. And I like the idea that you said about comparing the different ads, because I have them include an ad. And like, for example, Bob's Burger in Brazil. Bob's you know, they included a video of Bob's, which is like a funny, but it's from Portal dos Fundos, which is that funny video that they have. So they actually, the idea of having different ads from Colombia, it sort of connects them all to Latin America too. So I really think that I'm going to add some of those, you know, compare the ads of Balduco in various places, which that's really neat too. So I like that idea. I also like the idea Portugal, because you always forget, you know, about how Portugal is so linked to also all the other languages in Europe, and kids really enjoy that. So I've had 2 guest speakers that talked about businesses in Europe in Portuguese, and they live in Portugal. And I found that the kids were very interested in learning, you know, the different business jargon, wording that's different in Portugal and in Brazil. And all of that, I thought it was really worthwhile. So thank you so much. So I can add to my, and the idea of the box, we always throw away all the boxes of all the goodies that we have. Garoto, Balduco, all of that. Yeah. That suitcase sounds wonderful. Well, it's great. Yeah, especially since I teach a lot of kids that are, you know, Hispanic. They've never been to Brazil. And so the idea, and they speak fluent Portuguese. So the idea of having that suitcase that you can put, you know, balinha and all of the, you know, the passatempo, all that stuff in there. And even though they can't eat it, but, you know, but the idea of carrying that suitcase around and being able to have it from Portugal, from Mozambique, from Angola, that's great. I like that. Well,
and that's what I was going to kind of tag on, adding Portugal. And I just focused on Brazil because we were kind of, you know, Brazil was the focus today. But of course, bringing in the other world regions, that's more geography activities and bringing in some history. And then I think even bringing in, making the connection with the Afro-Brasileiros, you know, that's for the kids, for the African-American students, they're going to feel, you know, some of the connection there and see, well, oh, wow, so Portuguese spoken in Mozambique, you know.
Yeah, well, you know, Mary, just real short, the guy that was talking about Portugal, he was saying, you know, the music, the influence of the Afro-Brazilians in Brazil makes it a lot livelier. He goes, you know what the song is in Portugal? It's fado. And fado is fado is more like, you know, mellow, depressing, sad. And he was comparing the music, you know, with all of that too. So the comparison is, there's such a world of, you know, richness in that kind of sharing too. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and now with the internet, my gosh, there's so much to access, to learn from, and I'm sure Dr. Parente is going to be talking about some cool. I think he's the one that's doing the business talk. Yeah. Oh, the bio looks great. Yeah. I'm just now doing some Latin American business courses at UF, so I've been getting excited about what kind of activities you can assign. Which in English, it's much easier. But I think even for some of you that are already at the intermediate and advanced level, there's just so many business projects that you can have the students do too, that are so real world, and that a company may actually get some great ideas from the students. So. Anybody else?
I was going to say that I just thought of even rather than ads or as a supplement to the ads, you can have the students look up commercials from different countries that are Portuguese speaking or Spanish speaking, and they can analyze it because that'll help them with listening skills as well in another language. I think that would be a lot of fun.
Well, and even with the sound off, you can analyze body language. You know? So kind of a lot of the nonverbals, but yeah, you know, the sky is the limit. It's just, I know, you know, we're all so busy. It's, you know, it's, and that's why we want to do this handbook. So we have some materials, and then people can kind of enhance and adapt. So hopefully we'll all keep in touch, and we'll save the chat, Jillian, even through Katrina's and Annie's too, to see what other ideas, and then we can add these to the handbook that I'm behind on that we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mary. Thank you very much. We have a brief break right now, a 15-minute break. And then at 10:30, we have a presentation by Katrina Beek, who is a high school teacher like you, like many of you, and who will be talking to you about her experience adapting just this sort of thing to a high school curriculum. So we see all of you at, well, you're still here, but we'll be talking at 10:30 in the morning in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to leave the Zoom on. So if anyone would like to talk to each other, feel free to chat, or take a break and do anything that you need to do. And then we will be right back. And a big thank you to Mary as well. Juan Carlos, is that a virtual background, or is that like a wall that's painted? Oh, yours.
Wait, I'm mute. It is a virtual background, yes.
Okay.
It's a painting by a Cuban artist, Portocarrero.
That's beautiful. Yeah, I remember before when we had a meeting, you had a background that looked like, it was a virtual background, but it was actually a picture of your garden.
Oh, my garden, yes.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. I thought that was maybe just a video or a picture that you found online, but it was actually yours. Looks so
No,
cool.
I do have one very similar to this one in my wall, yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, not original. Well, I'm sorry, I had to step out for a little while. I'm trying to download a roster, Jillian.
Okay.
I saw the email that you sent. Do you
Yeah.
need the email, that name, email, and school, or just name and school?
I think she just was interested. Maida, are you on?
Yes, if you can get the email, that'd be great also, because we have a lot of projects and things like
Okay,
that we will be sending
I can
out.
download a roster with the name and the school, or send you an X file with more information.
Whatever you
including
can
emails.
do. If you can do both, it'd be great, because I'm sort of technically challenged. So.
Okay, I am too. That's why maybe there's a way to bring everything into one, but I'm old school, so.
That's okay. Just send me in 2 different emails. That would be
Okay,
great.
I'll send both.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Hi, Dr. Parente, how are you?
Hi, Jill. How are you?
Good, good. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Are you here in the office or are you home?
Oh, no, I'm home.
Oh, okay.
How are you? Okay, so 11:30, I'm going to talk about for 15 minutes before Dr. Porchita, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I prepared a couple of slides. I don't know if I'm going to use it or not. I'm going to have ready anyway. But
yeah, let me make sure. Yeah, I have you already set up as a co-host, so you have access to like share or do anything that you need to do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to use it or not, because 15 minutes is so short a time. Maybe I just have. I'll have the slides anyway ready if I need it. But
okay.
I may not need it. Okay.
Yeah, that works. What's that in your background? Is that tennis or is that squash?
Yeah, this is my office. I have this thing for old things. I have stamp collection, old coins. I have old tennis rackets.
I have a coin. I've had a coin collection.
I have a old 1970 stereo. I see it back there with the turntables and amplifiers and speakers, 1970 speakers. So I have but my wife only let me use this office as my old stuff. Everything else, the house she doesn't let me in.
That's like your man cave?
Yeah, it's my man cave.
Office man
old
cave.
stuff. I like to have old stuff here, guitars, and it's all things, old things.
Are those rackets? Are those rackets?
All those, yeah, I have about 50 old tennis rackets collection.
You play tennis?
Yeah, I do. Not now because I hurt my elbow. I'm gonna have to have surgery.
Yeah.
But
I know you do the windsurfing too, right?
do windsurfing, kite surfing, surfing, everything. But not as I used to because my body doesn't let me do it as much as I used to. Getting old. So every time I try to do something that I used to, I get hurt. Yeah, I'll be around watching the presentations until I get my turn.
Okay.
But then in the afternoon, I won't be able to do after my 12:30. I won't be able to be present for the last two. I'm gonna have to.
That's okay.
My daughter's in spring break today, so she has some friends coming over.
Yeah, that's fine. I can share the recording too if you were interested in hearing any of the presentations that you might not be able to listen to. And you know, if anybody's presenting and you have something that you would like to add, feel free to.
Okay. Yeah, I feel kind of out of sync because all these are very experienced teachers in K-12 and have no experience teaching K-12 at all. And
some
not teaching language, not teaching business. So I'm going to focus my presentations strictly on opportunities and how can you improve your career by knowing business Portuguese in the South Florida market.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need, I think.
I won't even attempt to tell how to do it for the K-12. I told everybody that is experienced enough to know the methodology, the pedagogy to do it. It's not my area of expertise.
Dr. Parente, just you sharing the business knowledge, then those teachers they can share that what they learn with their students. So
no, that's good.
It'll all be useful.
Yeah, I think teaching K-12 and kids are a lot harder than teach adults in university. A lot harder. Adults tend to do what we tell them very directly. So,
do you teach undergrad or grad?
I teach both undergrad.
Okay. Okay.
I teach in the PhD program and the MBA, most MBA and the PhD, but I also teach sometimes the graduating seniors. I have a senior course in the undergraduate that I teach in strategy. Okay. It's the capstone course.
Yeah, I'm now with the Latin American Business Environment course, and they're graduate students, but they're babies. They're 22 years old. They just came straight out of undergrad into a business program, and it's like so they're just like advanced high school.
Yeah, like advanced high school. Yeah, no, I usually get more senior groups, and the course I teach, even when I get the seniors, they're usually a little older. Because when I teach the capstone course, I teach it online. I usually get students like 28, 30 years old, 30 some. So they are usually people that had to stop school for a while and then came back.
And it brings
online
so
flexibility. The online gives some flexibility, so they are usually working.
Yeah.
So I would say that my seniors in undergraduate, that a course that I teach, normally they resemble more like an MBA. Even though they're not in MBA. Yeah, but I thought right when I came to FIU, I taught some of the kids that, very young, like 22, and they seem like just advanced high school kids.
Yeah, and I mean, they're doing great, but you definitely see a different level because they don't have that life experience yet.
Sometimes I have to remember myself that I'm teaching undergraduate because my students sometimes seem like the MBA students. And sometimes they pay their own way. They very dedicated. It's a different crowd. They're older. They saw they missed the opportunity when they were 22, and now they're very eager to learn and to get the degree. It makes a big difference.
Dr. Parente, have you met Mary before, or is this the first time? So Mary's from University of Florida, from the Latin American.
No, I haven't met. Not personally. Hi, Mary.
Yeah, I was looking at your bio yesterday. It looks amazing. And you're from Fortaleza?
I'm from Fortaleza. My wife is from Fortaleza. My parents are from Fortaleza, but I was born in Rio and raised in Rio.
Okay.
I lived 10 years in Fortaleza. That's where I met my wife.
Okay. Yeah, because
my mother lives there now.
Because all of our programs used to be with Puki in Rio.
Yeah, I know a lot of people in PUC. Yeah, I did a conference with them in 2010. Yeah, I know a lot of people from PUC in the business school there. I do have a relationship, ongoing relationship with FGV in Rio. The School of Public
Okay.
Administration. They have a School of Public Administration there in Botafogo, in Rio.
Mhm.
I do some with them usually in the summers. Yeah, I try to keep my links with Brazil because, you know, eventually I'm going to have to retire. And when I retire, I have to go to Brazil. I won't be able to afford to retire in the US.
Yeah, exactly.
Retirement here is very expensive, especially
Yeah.
healthcare. And so
Yeah.
like right now I had, well, my father just passed away, but I had my mother and my father with Parkinson, my mother with Alzheimer's. My father passed away a few months ago with COVID. And I had to have 6 caretakers on a 24-hour basis. I checked the cost of this here in the US. It would be like $25,000 a month.
Yeah.
So in there, I can still afford that.
Yeah. That is definitely an advantage there.
Now with my mom, I don't need 6. I only have 4, but still very high because they have to rotate. They need 24-hour care.
Yeah.
They don't walk, they don't talk, they don't, you know, it's that cost here is not covered by Medicare, it's not covered by anything. It's be a nightmare. So I told my wife, since when I get older, we need to retire in Brazil.
Yeah.
If we need any type of care, we'll be able to afford this because here is going to be impossible. Unless you plan ahead and do those like long-term, even like that, you know. I have a friend that is in a nursing home now. It's been like almost a good one, of course, as $15,000 a month, plus some extras that comes up every time.
Oh yeah, no,
It's after tax. After you pay your tax, you pay that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's very, well, but you know, everything I have, I own here. I've been here for 30 years in the US. It's great. Unfortunately, most of this time was studying. Work is only 13 years. The other was like going MBA, PhD, and I was doing research.
I was also going to share that Dr. Parente had visiting scholars from Brazil. So he brought me tons of Brazilian friends because his office is down the hall. So all of them were right around here. Oh my gosh, I love them so much there, especially there's a couple that came, but now that they all went back, but they were so nice. They'd always share their food with me and just wonderful people.
Yeah, this been, you know, before the pandemic was good because people come and stay and then we develop research together. There was a lot of collaboration. We had the one point in time was a joke because I was like create a subsidiary of Brazil here.
Their office was all near mine, so I would just go practice Portuguese with them. And
unfortunately, the pandemic, they all had to go back. When the pandemic, they all went back and stayed in Brazil. But I hope when all this pass, we go back to this. It's been very successful, this visiting scholar. They come, some come for 6 months, some for 1 year. And it's been great.
Well, let me know when you guys have them and I can invite them up to UF. Well, because it will be much cheaper to pay for them to come from Miami to Gainesville for a few days.
Yeah, they would love to go give talks and things. And they usually, I had professors coming as a visiting professor and also had PhD students. It's very common in Brazil that the doctor students, they do the doctorate program there, but then they spend 1 year outside of Brazil. Yeah.
Okay,
so I had a lot of PhD. I had, you know, I think Jill met Jason and Sinara was a couple. Jason and Sinara.
Oh yeah.
They were a couple. They actually spent 1 year, and then when the pandemic hit, they didn't want to go back. So I put them in my house. They stayed another 6 months in my house and finished their PhD here. So they came here. They were. I had a little guest house in the back, so they stay here. And they, Professor, if you go back to Brazil now, it's going to be very hard to do. We don't know what to do. And then they cut their fundings too in Brazil because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
So they stay here and they graduated here. They defend their dissertation from Zoom here from here. And then they finally went back, but then now they graduated.
Yeah, I would love to connect when that gets going again, because we've kind of, since I stopped doing the Brazil stuff, we kind of lost that, but now I'm back in. So it was really nostalgic even doing the PowerPoint today because I was remembering all the stuff I used to do with Brazil and I was thinking how much I miss Rio. I haven't been in 3 or 4
years. Mary, I went to high school, at Plant High School. In Tampa, I went to high school at Plant High School with my junior year. Yeah. You're in Tampa, right?
No. I'm Gainesville, so it's
Oh,
North.
Gainesville. Oh, okay, University of Florida. I thought it was South Florida. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was South Florida.
Yeah, no, but
Gainesville.
Tampa's a lot cooler than
For
Gainesville.
some reason, I misunderstood. I thought it was University of South Florida. Yeah, South Florida is in Tampa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. I was an exchange student when I was 16 years old.
Oh, how cool.
I have friends from high school there.
Nice. Yeah, Tampa St. Pete area is great.
Yeah, it's a nice area. Nice area.
So we're 10:28. Katrina's on.
Can you all see my screen? I'm sharing her bio here and her picture. Yeah, I guess we'll give it a couple more minutes for everybody to come back.
And Annie is on now, Jillian. I don't know if you saw her.
Oh, yeah, hi Annie. So I just added you as a host also so that whenever you present, you have access to everything too.
Thank you. It's great to be here with everyone.
Good to see you.
Well, and Annie and Katrina discovered each other, and then that's how I started. Annie would always send me K through 12 teachers doing LSP. So that was how, thankfully, I connected with Katrina, was through her.
I wondered because I saw she's in Wisconsin. I wondered how you all knew each other. So that's really neat.
Well, somehow Annie and Katrina connected. I don't know. And then Annie connected me. They would know the story.
Yeah.
I found Annie.
Yeah.
When I wanted to propose this class to my high school, to my administration, I just started searching around for information on it to help me. And I found Annie teaching a course, like a community course. I reached out and she was nice enough to take me under her wing and respond to me and help me out.
Oh, that's really neat.
Yeah.
It's amazing how you meet people and, form relationships with people later on and where it leads you. So good thing you were able to connect with her, because thanks to that, now we have you here today.
Thank you. Well, thanks to Annie. It was so nice of her to pay attention to me in my email.
It's wonderful to see everything that you're doing, but also I just want to say about Mary. Mary has really been, for everyone who's listening here, Mary is full of resources, ways of connecting people. So follow Mary on Twitter, follow her wherever you are on social media, and Mary does great work.
Jill, just a technical. So
yeah,
when it comes my turn, so I'll just wait, and then you're going to introduce me, or somebody introduce me. I'll just jump right in.
Yeah, Maida will be the one introducing.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Maida, how are you?
Yeah, because I was afraid I was muted, and I wanted to introduce our next presentation, which is Katrina Beck. And
Katrina
Beck. And I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you. And Jillian, it says that I'm trying to share my screen, and it says that I've been taken off as.
Oh no! I wonder if it only lets me do a certain number.
Oh, maybe one at a time.
Yeah, let me go ahead. I'm going to stop sharing, and then see if it lets you, and then I'll check and see how you're listed.
Okay, Katrina, do you want to start now, or what do you want to do?
Yeah,
Katrina?
she's trying to share her screen, so let me go ahead and.
It says that I'm disabled.
Okay, now you're a co-host.
Okay,
there
Katrina. I keep on thinking of the hurricane, Katrina.
I know.
I mean, we
exactly.
are from Miami after all. So anyway,
Yeah.
Katrina is your next speaker, and she teaches a high school Spanish elective called Spanish in the Community and the Workplace, which will provide teachers ideas and examples on how to incorporate their target language into community and career-related situations. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you see okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, thank you so much. I feel honored that I'm actually presenting to all of you amazing teachers. I feel like I have so much to learn from all of you. So thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I teach a class called Spanish in the Community and the Workplace, and it is a semester-long course that allows students to apply the Spanish that they've previously learned in courses to the community and career related situations. So like Mary was stating before, the scheduling at the high school level can be very difficult. So when I first proposed the class, I made it for a semester long, and it makes it easier for students to be able to take my class because of that. So that's an idea if anyone's trying to come up with a course and how they can work it into the schedule. There is a requirement that students have to be in at least have completed Spanish 3 in order to enter the class. And I get a wide variety of students coming into right after Spanish 3, kids who are either seniors, they don't want to go on with their Spanish anymore, they don't want to take a higher level class, or a lot of students take my class along with Spanish 4 or along with classes that we have, which are our college transcripted classes. So I'm talking about Spanish. There's lots of Portuguese teachers, on here. So we're just going to try to keep an open mind and think about how you can incorporate my lessons into Portuguese. I have lots of links on my screen that you'll be able to take a look at and then just incorporate them into your classes. So I do business Spanish, medical Spanish, and then throughout the entire semester, we focus in on Spanish in the community. So just because of time, I've put my slides as business Spanish first, and then Spanish in the community. And I have medical Spanish last. So most likely you're going to have to, just because of time, go on and take a look at what I do for medical Spanish. So the first thing is I kind of try to figure out what is the actual, what's the why? So like, why am I teaching this class? And really I mean, like most of us, we really want to create classes in order to keep our students interested in taking Spanish. And they're most likely going to stick with Spanish or Portuguese if they can actually see the benefits of being bilingual right now in their lives. We're in a little bit different of a situation in Muskego, Wisconsin, where I am. I have right now with 140 students that I'm teaching alone. I'm in a high school of about 1,700 kids. I have one student in class whose parents speak Spanish, but he does not speak Spanish. So they're not hearing a lot of Spanish in their home or right away in our small community. So just trying to make sure that they're understanding not only what job opportunities Spanish are going to bring them, but also to discover the joy of actually being able to communicate with somebody in Spanish. So try to think about real life situations. In business, we start with gathering personal information, interviewing for a job, insurance, and purchasing a home, and advertising. And I do have a book that I use, but I really use it a lot for some little like nota culturales or scenarios that pop up, some dialogues, vocabulary. And it's the Spanish for Business that I have listed here. And then I use a lot of my vocabulary. I just make my own vocab and I put it on Quizlet lists and play different games with it in GimKit, and then do some different listening comprehension activities from University of Texas Austin, or I do a lot of different podcasts that I use. So the first thing that we do is gathering personal information. And in gathering personal information from somebody in person or from somebody over the phone, it's just like something real life. Like, what are you going to have to do? And so many of our Spanish classes leading up to this in my district is just really grammar focused. So we're going over grammar, adding in some different real life situations where we can. But when it comes down to it, I remember that when I first met Dr. Annie Abbott, something really stuck with me. And she had, I think it was Indiana at a conference, she was talking about how, if I have this right, one of her classes, she had some students out in the community doing their job shadows, and somebody had written down a phone number, and the phone number didn't even have enough numbers in the phone number. I remember her saying something like, "Oh my gosh, these are college students. How could this happen?" And it really stuck with me because I thought, yeah, it's the same thing. And I kind of felt responsibility almost as high school teachers that we're letting a lot of our students graduate from high school and leave. And it's like they can sit down and maybe write a paper using lots of different tenses and moods, but just being able to have a conversation or speak or being able to take information and jot it down on a piece of paper is very difficult for them. So we do a lot of pronunciation rules. We go over the alphabet, telling time, numbers, question words, all of that information that they kind of learn, but they lose track of things sometimes. So we do a lot of like personal information cards where students are having to, like I said, in my community as well, students are not seeing a lot of or hearing a lot of Hispanic names. So where they're having to kind of pretend they're somebody else, going back and forth, people are asking them questions, they're responding using personal information cards with addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, social security numbers, things like that. And then they have to respond to voicemail messages, and they also have to have a phone conversation with me. So when they're having a phone conversation with me, what it is they're calling to make an appointment for a job interview, because it goes into the next lesson that we start to do. So they need to, I'm like a receptionist, they're calling in, they're trying to get the information, they're making an appointment with me, they're giving me their name, they're spelling it out, their phone number, a date, a time, things like that. If anyone has any questions, you can ask too, because I only see my screen and I'm not seeing anybody else. So then the next thing we go into is we go into interviewing for a job. So students choose a job that they want to apply for, and then they actually interview with me. So they're looking into their career path and what they would want to do someday. They choose the job and we go over, we brainstorm, and then I have some different interview questions. And they're not specific completely to the job. So they are, and it's all on the interview rubric in the presentation that I shared. I have it linked right there, of all of the questions. So we go through and we practice the questions. They really kind of take a look at also, we talk about how they're young right now and they have an opportunity in order to kind of plan out their life. And so they think about, well, if I really wanted this job, what would I have to do? And they have that opportunity right now. So they think about like what different jobs they should get now, what type of education they should be getting, training they should be getting, what kind of person they want to be. Like what kind of person does somebody want to hire? And they have a chance right now in their life. They're not graduating from college right now. They're in high school. So they have a chance to really reach out and to work on like looking at, this is who I would hire. This is what kind of person like I want to be in the future. So what can I do now in order to shape myself in order to be that person? And then we also go over a lot of different real life skills, like what you need for an interview. So your proper dress, a firm handshake, your posture, your eye contact, going over culturally then some differences if they practice this particular activity, they're interviewing for a bilingual position in the United States. That's what they're doing. And then also going through, and there is a thank you letter, like follow-up, an email follow-up to it. So going through also how to write a letter, and I have different documents for them to go through, like how you address somebody and what would be a proper like beginning, middle, closing of your letter. Next we go into just trying to think about, when I first started teaching the class, like what can we do? What would everybody need? I'm like, well, everybody needs insurance, and everyone goes to a bank and maybe purchasing a home, things like that. And the kids ended up really loving this unit. And one reason they loved it so much was because they were really learning the significance of the words in English and really about how to just become an adult and what it's like. So they like the connection of learning what their future is going to be like. They're like, what? Like this really happens? I have to have all this stuff? And, when I grow up, if I make this much money, it's really not that much money. And I should be looking at all these benefits and things that are offered to me in my line of employment that's going to, it's going to help me in my future. So that's just something that you can easily incorporate into these lessons. There is a lesson in the book that I use some of that information in there. We do a lot of just practice dialogues back and forth using the vocabulary, mortgages, renting, making a claim, even like how you would go through and help people doing some of these things. A lot of responding to emails. And then they do have a project, they make an insurance flyer. Later on in the semester, a place when we go out into the community, one place I do bring them is to a bilingual insurance company. So they are able to see that at the bilingual insurance company. And so it was kind of neat because the first time when we go there, they realize like, oh my gosh, this is like, I really have all of this information. Like we did this in class. And then we wrap up with something with advertising. And with advertising, it is really vocabulary specific to each project that the students are doing. So I have here linked the advertising project, which you are more than welcome to go on. One thing I would, just as Mary was saying, and Juan Carlos, I think, had said during the last presentation, really to, or he had mentioned something about the business vocab and business ideas, but to reach out to your business department. So what I did is I was trying to come up with an advertising project, and I reached out to the business department at my high school and just asked them for some help. And I came up with a project then where the students are advertising, they're pitching a product to a Spanish speaking client. So one thing that they have to do is incorporate lots of the culture. What they, when Mary was speaking, one thing I wrote down is you gave me a great idea in your presentation, because I think that what I would do for this is add to it. The kids, they fly out to this country. That's what the scenario is. They fly out to the country because we talk about how culturally important it is to build relationships. So they go out to the country and then they pitch their project with the people. I am part of the board, and other students in the class, we switch off being part of the board that they are presenting to. One thing I would have them do then is have the idea as book their flight and their hotel room in that country. So that would be something neat to add to that. So while they are here though, it kind of goes over everything. And when I start to go over Spanish in the community next, you'll kind of see, but it goes over a lot of information here also of just cultural awareness and being culturally appropriate. They have to learn about their country. So everything in here is really learning about their country. I even have them when they first come in. Part of the rubric is you're building a relationship with your client. And so you have been building a relationship. And so you start out and you're talking about with them, you're asking them some questions about their family. I asked them to research the country enough so that they know maybe some different like parks or some tourist attractions, a restaurant that they can talk about. And they say like, oh yeah, we got in and last night we went here, or we went and strolled around. And so they're making it very culturally appropriate and making it very real life. Are we doing okay? Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Okay. My question is, these classes, business, medical, and Spanish for the community, are part of the curriculum, like a regular Spanish class offered by the school?
Yes. So what it is part of, it's a special class. So we have at our school, we have Spanish 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we have 2 CAP level Spanish classes, which we used to have AP classes, and instead our school district switched to CAP, which is it is a transcripted class from a university that we have in Wisconsin. So the students take the class, and we have like one of our teachers here at the high school is an adjunct professor for that university in Wisconsin. And then the kids, when they get an A or B in the class, they automatically get those credits for that college class. So they get a transfer.
It's kind of a dual enrollment class.
So yeah, so those classes, so my class then is a completely separate class that they can take for a semester. So when they register for classes, they would register for this elective for a semester.
So it's not a dual enrollment class.
No. No.
But if they get certain grade, they could be graded by the local or state university.
No, not for my class. No. So what it is my class is completely separate. It is just a semester long class that they can take. we have
It's
two
kind
other
of
school.
right. It's kind of an Spanish 5 or 6 or honor Spanish, let's say.
Yep, they just have to be through Spanish 3 to take it.
Okay, got it.
That's what it is. So the requirements are you have to be after Spanish. You have to be at least completed Spanish 3.
All right, got it. Yeah. All right, thank you.
No problem. Okay, I'm going to click back on my presentation here.
And I think Sean had asked which textbook you use.
Yeah, Sean, I use a Spanish for Business textbook, and I have it in here. I can, it's right here, this one, and it is very, I really use it more for, like, I kind of just pick and choose some different activities out of it. The grammar in it is a very, it's very intermediate, so the students that are coming in are much more advanced, but it gives some really great ideas and some good vocabulary that is nice to be able to use. Thank you. I'm unable to see the chat while I can't see the chat or anyone's faces while I'm presenting.
If you'd like, I don't want to interrupt you. So I was trying to find a time to, I think that was it. And then
yeah.
Sean also asked, okay, is it leveled at high school students?
Yeah, I think it is. It is, I mean, it is it's a lower level book. Like if you would look at the grammar, you'd be like, what? Like, it's like, you know, these are the forms of the verb ser. It's like, okay. But I think that it is for really level for people who are just learning Spanish. So maybe they are even a little bit like they're adults who are learning Spanish, and then they, so they're coming in and they don't know. So our students, like at my high school, the students who are coming into my class, they know a lot more actually grammar than is in that book. We're just using it for like some cultural pieces and vocabulary. There's some nice little dialogue, some scenarios in there, things like that. Yes, now I can see the chat, yeah. All right, I'll keep going and we'll talk about, just because of time here, I only have a little bit more time, Spanish in the community. So I just said connect to your community. This is probably the biggest, the most important thing that you can do. So really just make anything specific to your community. So I bring in different, guest speakers, finding bilingual professionals or bilingual community members. Definitely I bring my students out into the community. So I was just thinking, I was kind of looking at when I said the Portuguese, because I was thinking about the Portuguese teachers on the community centers. And when I, search Florida, there's a lot going on in Southern Florida with Portuguese and the community centers that are there, restaurants, whatever opportunities there are for your students. So I take my students out into the community on a field trip, and we go to we visit some different Hispanic community centers. Like I said, my students are in Muskego. We're kind of a little bit more of a rural community. There's not, feel how to say it. Like they have not really gotten out a lot, most of the kids who are living here, and you drive them 15 minutes and they're like, oh my golly, I cannot believe this. So it's pretty neat to see. We go to the bilingual insurance company, and then doing things like a bakery and a restaurant, and having them just speak Spanish the entire day. So it's pretty neat. Another thing that the students do is they have a job shadow or a job interview or a community volunteer experience. So they always have done in the past a job shadow or a community volunteer experience. And because of COVID this year, I changed it to a job interview, and it was awesome. They did such a great job. We were able to meet so many amazing professionals around our community. So I have their assigned parent form, because this is something that is not like, just to make sure that parents are aware, like I am not out at these experiences with the kids. It used to be in the past, it used to be an entire day of a job shadow, but I had to move it to a 2-hour job shadow because most hospitals in our area, a lot of students want to go into the healthcare. They will let you do 2-hour slots. And it was getting to be a lot. So kids who can stay someplace for an entire day do, but I changed it to the minimum of 2 hours just to meet those requirements of some different hospitals. And then the biggest thing is keeping on top of high school students and making sure that they are actually so their anticipated job shadow for making sure that they are reaching out. We spend some time, we really go over, it's a lot of life lessons. How do you write an email to somebody, that's very polite and asking them if you can please come in and job shadow them? Or how do you make a phone call? It's kind of, sometimes I think that we forget as adults that this is something that a student has never done before. So kind of role playing that and going over it with them. And it's a really big deal for them. And they feel really proud of themselves after that they've actually reached out and done it. So the goal is to do a job shadow in a field that they want to enter. So that's what we try to look for. If they really don't know what they want to go into, it's just something that's interesting to them. And then afterwards, they complete a reflection form on it. They write a thank you letter in Spanish to the person or the people that they did do the job shadow with or the interview with. And then they have a presentation that they do the class, and we learn all about their job shadow and really what they got out of it, what they learned from it. So just some pictures here. There's one of my students with a bilingual nurse. A couple other ones went with a bilingual lawyer. I have students all over the place going. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, I had students I had one boy go to a engineering firm. He wanted to be an engineer, and he actually sat in on conference calls with Mexico. I mean, absolutely amazing experience for him. Bilingual physical therapists, ER doctors, physician assistants. Somebody did a job shadow with a psychiatrist this past semester, and somebody else did an amazing job shadow. I had two kids who wanted to go into journalism, and they reached out. They were able to do an interview with a woman who works part of even Univision and the channel around here, 58, that we can watch her at 11 o'clock even on the news. So it's pretty neat that students are having that opportunity then to be like, wow, we actually interviewed this lady. They do a project here that you could relate to. It's a very wide open project. So a lot of the projects I try to do, so Spanish in the community and the workplace. If you take a look at this project, you can pretty much relate to anything. You could put it into any one of your classes. You don't have to be teaching a class like this even. So you can take a look at that. I'm trying to make it more open-ended to what the students are really interested in. Some pictures from a Mexican grocery store and from just out in the community around the Milwaukee area. And we also spend a lot of time talking about throughout, this is mixed in through everything, cultural values, differences. I mean, it's so amazing that so many teachers that are at this conference, grew up in a Hispanic family. My first Spanish class I took I was in the 8th grade. So it's very interesting to learn about different cultural values. Not only, it's comparing also how many things are the same, but then just having students realize some things that may be a little bit different that they should be aware of. So we research, we discuss for Spanish, familismo, personalismo, respeto, religión, all of this and how all these things play out in the community and the workplace. And then we really talk a lot about the importance of forming those relationships, how it is evident, especially in the business world, how it's evident in medical, and we do the 24-hour clock, which, I mean, students are like, what? That it's not used, when you're sending an email across the world, things like this are really gonna matter. Different home remedies, we go over a lot when we go into our Mexican grocery store. We go through, I even have sometimes some of the workers bring us through, or I'll bring us through. We go through what is evident in this grocery store compared to what you wouldn't see at just some of our grocery stores in Muskego, and the reasons why. It's pretty neat. I did actually have this past semester, I had a student who her family is, I did have this student, also her family was from Mexico, and some of the things we talked about, she's like, oh my gosh, my grandma does that. My grandma does that. So it was cute. And then also last names and the importance of last names. So apellido paterno, materno. just going through all of that and just how important that is and having to be aware, being aware of those. I try to incorporate in a lot of different podcasts and articles. So you'd have to look at, what's out there, obviously for Portuguese into your curriculum. I have a lot out there for Spanish, just them hearing different Spanish speakers and from different countries. And then also relating it to like real life actually, because from before when kids just see something in a book, it's like, okay, it's in a book, but for my students, for them to actually realize this actually is real is, it's very intriguing to them then. So I do business, medical, and community podcasts. And I also, with this, I also use articles from Newsella. I don't know if any of you use Newsella, but you can get all the articles in Spanish on there and they're leveled articles. So that's really nice because you can adjust the Lexile level. So you could even print out articles on Newsella that are from different for all of your students. Has anyone used Newsella before? Oh, if you haven't, I can talk to you about it because it's interesting. And I'm like, just have like a minute left here. So one thing I also do is our school is an AVID school. So we do a lot of different AVID strategies normally in all of our classes. But one thing that I do work with is also a Socratic seminar. It's a method of just trying to understand information by created like disciplined conversations in class, regardless to a specific text, in regards to a specific text. So it's just like really getting the students to seek a deeper understanding of complex ideas in the text through like thoughtful dialogue. And so this is really helpful just to get students speaking. And this is something that you do not have to use in a class like this. This is something you could use in any of your classes. So I just included here for you some links to some Socratic seminar prep work, a student observation checklist, a teacher checklist, because I knew I wouldn't have time to get into it. Conversation, different cards that I use in class to get kids speaking. So it's really difficult. So I have a lot of like conversation language scripts. So these are language scripts that they almost start to memorize them. So it really gets helpful. And when they're speaking with somebody, and it's very helpful in all different conversations that they're going to be having in their life. And then also trying to get students to extend on their thoughts to help with their speaking. I just included like a sentence pyramid in, and then our focus notes, kind of the structured notes that I'll use in my class, which would be relevant to any class at all. And I am out of time right now. So the rest you can see in my presentation here is what happens in medical Spanish. Sorry, I was talking really fast to make sure I could get everything in.
Katrina, if I may, and I'm sorry to interrupt, I have a question. Maybe I misunderstood. Did you say that the students get college credit for this class?
No. So for this class, the students do not get college credit. I'm sorry if I confused anybody. What I was just talking about the levels of Spanish that we have at our high school.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So we have like our students have an opportunity to take Spanish levels 1, 2, 3, 4. And then anytime after 3, they can take my class, which is a semester long class. But they also can go on to 2 college credited classes.
Oh, okay.
That we share. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Katrina. That was really great. I enjoyed learning about all of the different activities that you're doing with your students, and it sounds like they're enjoying it, and it actually has a great impact on them and their future career. I love it. I'm sure that a lot of people have gotten some great ideas from it that they can use for their classes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to take a break where everybody can get something to eat, or just, take a break, but I'll have the screen on, and, feel free if you need anything, let me know. We're going to be back again at 11:30. And at that point, we're going to hear from Dr. Ronaldo Parenti.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go grab something to eat, but I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes. So if anybody has any questions,
Okay,
I'll be on. Yeah.
I'll introduce the next speaker, but you have 30 minutes now free, and maybe Jillian can take a break also for 30 minutes.
I'm just here in
Okay.
my office, so I'll probably just be eating here. So
Okay, we'll
Jillian,
see all of you in 30 minutes.
Okay.
thank you. Jillian,
yes.
before you leave, at the beginning of your presentation, you present like slide with the schedule for this.
Yeah, I can share that so we can
Yes, we
yeah,
can.
great idea.
Yes.
Great
Thank
idea.
you.
Thank you for suggesting that.
Oh, thank you for
Yeah,
sharing.
I also emailed it to everyone, but if you'd like, I can maybe email it again.
Excellent.
But I'll put it up here on the screen too.
Okay, I will check my email anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, I sent it a while ago, so maybe I think a couple people had asked for it also. Let me go back. Oops. There you go.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You're
It is also available in our teams for foreign languages and MDCPS.
Okay, I will check it there. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
when I walked in with a little like, who's back here?
Hi, everyone. We have just a couple more minutes and then we're going to get started again.
Joe, looking at this
Hi,
picture
Jillian. I
that
finally got in.
Oh, good, good. Sorry.
Joe,
Yeah.
looking at this picture that I have in my file in FIU, I noticed I
God,
lost a
you're
lot of hair in the
gorgeous.
last 2 years. Yeah, I just realized how much hair I lost in the last, this is only like 3 or 4, maybe 4 or 5 years old. And I lost all the hair.
All I know is, Dr. Parenti, I saw this picture and I thought, what a hunk.
Yeah. This is all this hair loss happened the last few years. I gotta go back to the pandemic is over. I gotta go back to Brazil to replant some hair back to the front. So.
Where do you say that the hair grows?
No, in Brazil they do there's a lot of people doing. They bring the hair from the back to the front. It works. I have some friends that did. It works.
That's nice. Yeah.
And it's cheap. He's very expensive. That doesn't cost that much money. With the pandemic, you can go. But it's funny how fast it went away.
It's because you've been thinking a lot.
Don't mention about it.
That's the cost of getting the publications in. They're going to the revised.
Your brain has been very busy, so it's just.
Well, I'm going to allow Jillian to introduce Dr. Parenti, and then I will introduce the speaker after that, who's Dr. Genesis Portillo. So that we'll do the next session is going to be partly Dr. Parenti talking about business, the need for Portuguese for business, and then Dr. Portillo talking about her adapting 2 business Spanish courses to the COIL system, COIL, COIL. And so we're going to divide it up like that.
And she'll probably mention what COIL, she'll probably give a little bit of more information as to what COIL is if you haven't heard.
Exactly,
before,
exactly. So. And how you can use it in your classroom. So Dr. Parenti, you want to get started?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll introduce you quickly. I'm not going to read the whole bio because I want to make sure to give you time, but Dr. Parenti teaches for the Department of International Business here at FIU. And he's a senior editor for the International Journal of Emerging Markets and an associate editor for the Cross-Cultural Strategic Management Journal. And aside from teaching, he's also had more than 25 years of work experience and has worked for, managed, and consulted with several private and public institutions in Brazil, the United States, and Bulgaria. So I will go ahead and let you take it away.
Thank you, Jill, for inviting me for this important cyber event.
Thank you for joining us.
Like I told you in the beginning, I felt a little out of place with all these experienced teachers and experts in Portuguese language and foreign languages. But then you convinced me to come here and give my 2-cent contribution.
You have a lot of experience and information I think that you could give that could help.
I hope I have a couple slides here that I'm going to share. Basically, I'm going to focus my presentation not on methods or anything how to teach Portuguese, but basically on the current context that we lived in Florida in terms of importance of Portuguese for business, and also some opportunities that may be for people, those that can speak Portuguese. So let me share the slides here. Okay, what happened? Can you see the slides? No. Can you guys see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Oh, you can. Okay, so
yeah. You could, and if you wanted to, you could even launch. Yeah, there you go. You can launch your slideshow.
Yeah. So, okay, let me put in presentation mode. Okay. So I tried to come up with a title. So career opportunities and benefits from studying business Portuguese. Okay. So basically, just a brief background on how Brazil and Florida stands. Many people don't know that, but in 2019, and I like to use data from before the pandemic because the pandemic is an outlier event, and I believe we're going to go back to normal. But before the pandemic, 2019, there was $21 billion in trade between Florida and Brazil. 6 billion export from Brazil, 15 billion in goods and service going from Florida to Brazil. So believe it or not, Brazil is the #1 commercial partner of Brazil. Florida is the #1 commercial partner of Brazil, second to China, believe it or not. We can even compare in size to any other Latin America countries in terms of partnership and commercial trade. Okay, 1/3 of all Brazil export to the US goes to Florida, goes to the ports of Jacksonville, Miami, things like that. So Florida is a very important partner in any way you can look at it. Population of Brazilians in Florida, the numbers is very hard to pinpoint exactly the numbers, but just to give an example, somewhere between 400 and 500,000 Brazilians living in Florida right now. 400,000 is the number that consulate works with. 500,000 is the number that Marco Rubio works with. Okay, but it's somewhere in between. There's a number of residents living in Florida now, and this Brazilian group is a very diverse group. They are present in pretty much all sectors of the economy. The Brazilians are in real estate, in tourism, in financial service, banking, law firms, construction, commerce, entertainment, restaurants, fashion, healthcare. In healthcare is important because if you see if you go to UM and Jackson Hospital, many Brazilian medical doctors occupy very high level positions there. So it's a very affluent community. It's a very significant community that makes an impact in Florida. But not only that, if you look at the companies, there's a huge demand for speaking Portuguese in Florida in general, South Florida and Florida in general, because there are many of the big Brazilian companies, they have their divisions and offices in Florida, such as Embraer, Natura, Itaú, Bank of Brazil, I believe Balduco also a place here in Florida. So there are many companies. And not only that, there are many US corporations that do business with Brazil, large business with Brazil, and they set up the headquarters for the Latin America and Brazil here in Florida, in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, South Florida. One example is Microsoft in Fort Lauderdale. A Brazilian friend of mine who is just going to take over in the next couple of months to be the CEO for all the Brazilian Latin America operations of Microsoft in Fort Lauderdale. So there's huge demand for anybody who can speak Portuguese, fluent special business Portuguese. So this current demand, in my opinion, only tends to grow. I think the relationships Brazil and US is only going to get better. We went through some rough times, but it will only get better. And I think it tends to grow. With that, there are many career opportunities for anybody learning Portuguese and being fluent in Portuguese and learning some business Portuguese to be able to apply that. And Portuguese is a hard language, believe it or not. I don't speak English very well, but I've been here 30 years and I can even try to write in Portuguese anymore because Portuguese like to be very elaborate in how they write Portuguese. And I don't want to look uneducated. So when I do anything in Brazil, I send it in English and have somebody translate it. But it's not an easy language to learn. There's a lot of nuances but I just copied this from ZipRecruiter. This is a quick zip. So you see a lot of Portuguese advertised for people that speak Portuguese in Florida. They're always hiring people that they want people that speak Portuguese. And just a fact, there's 9 schools currently right now from K-12 teaching Portuguese in South Florida. And I know 2 of those schools, they have teachers that they are represented in the General Consul Citizen Council, in the Brazilian consulate. So that's how important Brazil sees that. What is next? Okay, I do not attempt to suggest any pedagogy or teaching methodologies for this audience of experts, okay? But let me give just a couple suggestions how I think this could be improve on my view from a business perspective. Okay. First, it's important to develop the interest to learn Portuguese at early age, because when you learn Portuguese at early age, then you're going to have you're going to be a better Portuguese speaker. So the sooner you start learning, the better. So how can you do that? Okay. Try to get the support of the Brazilian consulate, which I'm sure they're willing to do it. They're already doing something, but I think they can do a lot more. And also, maybe they can be the liaison between those Brazilian corporations in Florida and the schools. I have no doubt that those Brazilian corporations will be interested in develop some kind, and then I suggest some kind of develop interactive projects and activities with the schools. Bring and provide guest speakers that come and talk about the importance of career, importance of speaking Portuguese, provide company visits and internships. And also, I think this is interesting, and I cite this is one example, okay? There's several other opportunities, but support or create Portuguese business leadership groups inside the schools. And one example is the DECA. DECA is the Distributed Education Clubs of America, and they have clubs in different high schools. I don't know which schools they have already, but this is a very interesting business club that is made for high schools. And I think they can go even not only high school, but in middle schools. And, they have competitions all over the country. They interact with the business. They bring guest lectures. And I give this example because my son, who is in medical school now, when he was in high school, beginning high school, he founded the DECA club in his high school, and he became the president. And for 4 years, he brought a lot of guest speakers. There was a lot of interest in this leadership with Brazilian companies. Of course, DECA is a leadership for everything, but you can focus on Brazilian companies. Those Brazilian corporations might be interested in also join and be partners. So this could be raise a lot of the interest of young kids learning more Portuguese. I won't get into the details on how to do it. I think that's your expertise of this group, not mine. But I'm open to talk to and answer any questions and from the business perspective. Okay. I think that's what I had to say. I think I went quicker than 15 minutes, but maybe I can answer any questions that people may have if there's some questions. And I'll leave the rest of the time for my colleague, Dr. Portillo, for explaining COIL and go over the COIL teaching. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone asks if it's true that Orlando has the biggest Brazilian community. Do you happen to know the answer to that?
No, Miami has the biggest Brazilian community, but Orlando has about 100,000 residents roughly, and the Brazilian consulate is considering opening sub-consulate there just to help these people that are there, because normally they have to drive to Miami to get any help with the consulate. But Orlando has a different characteristics. Orlando has a more, when you go to Orlando, you feel like there's more Brazilians there because like before the pandemic, there's a lot of tourism in Orlando. So people come and go very often because of the parks, but the resident community is ranged close to 100,000, which is less than Miami and less, of course, many bigger than any other place. First Miami, second Orlando. But Florida in general is bigger than New York and Boston together in terms of Brazilian population.
Did anybody else have any additional questions for Dr. Parente?
Yeah, I have a question, Dr. Parente. Are you using COIL in your classes?
No, not yet, but I do. I'm in discussion with a colleague from a partner, Unicinos in the south of Brazil, to develop a COIL course. We haven't done it yet because we both have been very busy, but we are in discussion. And we started before the pandemic because Unicinos, our partner in Brazil, got some grants to internationalize it. And they came to us and approached us to develop this COIL course with them. But then with the pandemic and everything else, we kind of slowed down the development. I am planning to do it in the future, in the near future.
Yeah, the reason I asked you the question was because that ties in with our next speaker, and also because a lot of people don't know what COIL is, COIL. Okay,
I didn't know until I start talking about this, but it sounds very interesting.
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
I was going to say, Maida, really quick, is that I think Brazil is one of the largest countries, I guess, that's doing COIL. I believe that even the government is giving funding to help teachers do COIL, and I think it's at all levels, not just in the university level, but even in like K through 12. I think.
There's a huge push at the government level, the Minister of Education in Brazil, to internationalize all the universities, and not only the university, but they focus on, I say, the high schools too, the public school system, and they are putting money for developing COIL courses. That's why I started thinking about, because they came to us and said, we have the money, you don't have to spend any money. We pay for everything, but we just need a partner.
There's cyber funding too. You can come talk to me about that if you're interested.
Yeah.
And then Karen asked if you would be able to share your presentation.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. I can send to you, Jill, and then we can share.
Yeah, and I can distribute to everybody.
Yeah, and that brings us to our next speaker, because she is going to talk about COIL, and she can explain it to you, more clearly, because that's something that is free, and you can not only get brownie points with your, your institution for doing it, but you can also get some contacts with speakers of the languages you're teaching through COIL, and it doesn't cost you anything. So our next speaker is Dr. Genesis Portillo, who holds a PhD from Florida International University, who has published 6 articles and produced, given many, many conferences, and who is right now the Spanish language voice for COIL at FIU. She is working with Dr. Stephanie Doscher, developing the COIL context, and she has done COIL for 2 of the Spanish for Business courses. So it's your show, Dr. Portillo.
Okay, hello everyone. I want to thank Cyber for organizing this amazing event. I want to thank Dr. Watson for inviting me over too. I want to thank every participant here today, and Jillian for the amazing coordinations.
Thank you.
So I am going to begin my presentation. We're going to look a bit at what COIL looks like. All right, so first of all, let's begin by doing something. Give me 1 second. I don't know why PowerPoint sometimes acts like this. Okay, let's begin by breaking the ice. Everybody can participate. You may open your cameras, your microphones. You can participate on the chat. We're going to begin by doing this icebreaker. I am what I don't. So each one of us is going to reflect on the stereotypes that our nationality has, or about the roles that we play in society. And then we're gonna try to share it with everyone and try to discuss some of them. Like, for example, I am Peruvian, and we know that Peruvian food is super good, but I don't like cooking.
I am Brazilian, but I don't know how to dance the samba, and I don't know much about soccer.
I am Cuban, and I don't like baseball.
Wow.
I'm Puerto Rican and I don't dance reggaeton.
I'm Cuban and I don't like a Cuban coffee.
Wow, that's amazing.
I'm Brazilian, my name is Ronaldo, and I don't play soccer at all. And I don't even like it. And my name is Ronaldo, which is the famous name.
I am Cuban. I don't drink Cuban coffee. I don't dance. And I am on time always.
No, I don't dance samba neither.
Wow.
I am Puerto Rican and I don't know how to dance salsa.
I'm American from the US, but I speak 4 languages and I don't drink Coca-Cola.
I am from Cuba and I love McDonald's.
Do we have anybody else who would like to share?
I'm a teacher, but I don't like to grade papers. Anyone can relate?
Yeah, I'm Brazilian, but I don't like a caipirinha.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for collaborating, for sharing all of this. So this is how we more or less start COIL. COIL stands for Collaborative online international learning. So we work in groups, we work as teachers, we work as with students so that they can share and that they can work through collaboration. And usually well, let's begin with some definitions. For example, FIU defines global learning as the process of diverse people sorry, collaboratively analyzing and addressing complex problems that transcend borders. That means that we can talk about problems that are about humanity, social sciences, medicine, languages, and many others. We believe that global learning should be universal, a part of all students' college education because it advances personal and well-being and a sense of civic purpose within the context of diversity and complex irrelatedness. By providing the circumstances for diverse people to collaborate meaningfully with one another, global learning enables individuals to develop a unique sense of self and perceive the value of participating in collective decision-making at interconnected local, international, national, intercultural, and global scales. So, what do we have to bear in mind to have a successful code? We need to find a common purpose. We have to find shared goals. We have to answer questions such as, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this together? Which is one of the most important things when we work with someone else. We also need to be flexible because partners have to be able to assess their own effectiveness while designing and delivering a core unit. A core unit can be for university, for school, for different levels of education. And we also need to set a time for ourselves as well as for them. We need to be curious and sensitive. Partners are interested in the other's unique context and lived experiences. They are able to model intercultural collaboration for their students. We need responsibility and commitment. Partners want to complete their work together, even when differences become apparent. We need communication. We need to always keep in touch using different ways of communicating, email, Skype, WhatsApp, Zoom, whatever that we allow our partners to use in order to interact. And we need to keep constant communication. It can be synchronous or asynchronous, which those are terms that we're gonna hear a lot. Synchronous when we can be all together on the same room, and asynchronously when we can just leave messages to each other and we can respond on a more flexible schedule. We need to manage our expectations because partners are interested in clarifying their differing expectations and identifying similar and realistic goals. We need to be aware mainly of cultural differences. Partners understand that others live and work within very different personal, professional, and civic cultural context within and across countries. So what do we begin with? So we need to create a sense of identity. We need to help them identify themselves for themselves and also within the context of the collaboration. So what we usually propose is to begin an activity with an icebreaker. What is an icebreaker? It's an experience, an exercise or an activity that is designed to break the ice, that typically limits or inhibits interactions of a group of people who may or may not know each other, just like what we did right now. It's a moment to open ourselves, to be vulnerable, to show ourselves to the other ones, and also to accept the other ones. So even though we have shared a tiny bit of ourselves right now, we have had a nice moment of relaxation. We have also got to know some of the people that are working right now with us. A group is exhibiting eyes if there is little or no talking or reluctance to make contact. Additionally, group members may want to work alone and display a lack of initiative, of absence or absence of trust. So in the book, Engaging the Online Learning by Conrad and Donaldson, they tell us that icebreakers should focus on students' personal lives and not on their academic ones. Effective icebreakers are fun and non-threatening, are person-focused and not content-focused, require students to read and respond to each other's responses, require students to find commonalities with others, require a student to be imaginative or express genuine openness. We also need to bear in mind intercultural communication. Intercultural communication is the verbal and nonverbal interaction between people from different cultural backgrounds. Effective intercultural communication can help us get beyond stereotypes and learn about people as complex individuals. Erin Meyer has identified 8 dimensions of culture that impact the way people communicate and work together, and those are communicating, the explicit communication versus the implicit communication, what we say, how we perform while we are saying something, evaluating direct negative feedback versus indirect negative feedback, the way in which we evaluate the other person's response, persuading deductive versus inductive, leading egalitarian versus hierarchical, deciding consensual versus top-down, trusting, disagreeing, and scheduling. So what about collaboration? The centerpiece of a COIL module, well, as we call it at the university, or the COIL collaboration is the collaborative task. The collaborative task is the activity you will use to have your students do together. Collaboration is sometimes confused with other types of interactions, such as communication and cooperation. While these interactions differ, you need to engage in communication and cooperation in order to collaborate. Your COIL module will involve students in communication and cooperation, but collaboration is the ultimate goal. Why? Because that way we can transfer knowledge. So the knowledge that each one of us has can be transferred to the other person, and they can learn from our own experience, just as we can learn from their own experience. Knowledge acquisition, knowledge exchange, and knowledge co-creation, which is the new knowledge that students are going to create when they collaborate, when they work together. So this is a bit of my experience while I've been teaching and designing Spanish SPN 3444 Spanish for Business, which we have subtitled Getting to Know the Southern Cone, because we are talking about the Americas here, and most students don't know that there is more than one America. And we know that there is Southern America, Central America, and North America. So now they're getting to know what we have called the Southern Cone. So first of all, we need to get a nice partner, somebody that can understand what we want, that is at the same level of education, that has a more or less same amount of students in the classroom. We meet, we go over our syllabi, and we identify common subjects, topics, and goals. Once we identify those, we can work each one of us on their side to create common activities, common contents, common readings, common resources that both our students can read each one on their time, but that they can later on use as a resource to exchange their own ideas or their reflections. We also set common goals because, for example, right now we have this course that is Spanish for Business, but we are collaborating with business administration students in Ecuador. So we don't have the same goals because they are learning about concepts, they are learning about negotiation. And what we are doing is learn about how to use Spanish for building new bridges and be able to cooperate. So what we are doing is we are focusing on the fact that we want students to use language. That way we have created a bilingual collaboration where students in Ecuador use English to negotiate with students from FIU who are going to use Spanish only. So our common goal is to arrive to a deal after discussing a set of guidelines for closing a business. We need to bear in mind that collaborating with students from a different environment will help them be more open to diversity, which is the case for for students in Latin America and in the United States. And we also need to bear in mind that internet doesn't have to be a limitation. It can be a rich window to new realities. So how do we make it work? How to make, for example, mandatory tasks without them actually being so? We need to tie activities, and that's what we have done. We have turned an activity into a prerequisite. This way, a small grade, like 5%, can be linked to a 20% grade. And this way, we don't make it exactly mandatory, but we ask them to perform one so that they can complete the next one. How to motivate them express themselves? Consider doing a bit of research. Sometimes it's a good thing to look at the list of students, looking at their majors, looking a bit about their interests, the way they introduce themselves, which is more or less what we do. Since the students are complex subjects that most teachers need to know. And this is a very challenging thing when we have fully online courses as this one, because we don't get to see students, we don't get to interact with them unless they schedule office hours with us, which most of them don't. We need to provide opportunities for them to be vulnerable through open questions, and we need to allow them to express some of their concerns, which is something that is very risky at all levels, but something that can enrich our conversation in the virtual classroom. Students can also play teachers. Asking students to explain some processes or concepts helps them internalize and question what they have learned in order to teach it to someone else. This is also an experience that we have applied and that works very well for students. And well, let's try also to challenge students. K-12 can be challenging, but they love being challenged. So what are the challenges for us as instructors? Working asynchronically, because we have students who have a fixed schedule in Ecuador who work from 9 to 10:30 every Tuesday and Thursday, but we are a fully online class that doesn't work at the same time. So what we have done is decided to work asynchronously. And asynchronous communication is a communication that doesn't happen in real time, and participants can send a response whenever they want. And this is could be an issue because this time delay can span from hours or minutes to weeks, or well, we hope it won't happen in months. So when we propose this to our students, we offer them to use Flipgrid, Google Docs, emails, and if possible, if they wanted, if they were open to use WhatsApp to keep communication. What we have learned from this is that projects are very important, but personal time is also something that we don't take into consideration a lot of times. Students need also freedom in order to develop responsibility. We can't always be behind them. We can't always tell them exactly what to do. Each student has, and sorry for the typo, has different learning styles, so we need to consider them all when addressing what they have learned. Directions are very important in a synchronous context because they must be clear and concise. If we are not clear enough, students won't be able to understand what they have to do and what is the outcome that we expect from them. And also, through the use of educational applications, we have learned that learning a topic doesn't need to be boring. Of course, time schedules are going to be an issue. So establishing common timetables helps a lot. Communication in lost emails are a crazy thing. So we also need to agree on means of communication. Sometimes opening WhatsApp can be a good thing, but establishing also a limit for working hours is good. Sometimes we also have a slow student response, but we need to that's why we need to keep emails fun and short. And if we have low responsiveness, sometimes we should consider when using educational apps, we may need to start the conversation. So this is an example of what my Flipgrid classroom looks like. Here they have a prompt, what they have to do, the answers that they have to answer that we will see in a moment. And this is the result of their participation. Here is a tiny video that it's super small, but it's a video of me explaining to them more or less what COIL is and giving them some prompts so that they have an idea of what to expect from the collaboration, how happy we are, how excited we are of having them there. And then the first answer was by the other professor who is collaborating with me. So what we tried to do is link Ecuador and Florida, and we did it through a very fun activity that I hope that we may have some time to show you. So we had all of these responses because we told them, hey guys, if you don't fulfill this, you won't be able to fulfill this other thing. So you're gonna miss like 35% of your final grade. How we made it. So we created this icebreaker where everyone would answer to these questions. ¿Qué te parece la idea de COIL? What do you think about COIL? ¿Qué esperas de la colaboración con la otra universidad? What do you expect from working with this other university? And ¿tienes alguna inquietud? Do you have any kind of question, something that you would like to share? And this produced very nice participations because they talked about what they thought about COIL. And they were very excited to get to know somebody from South America. And they were also a bit worried because most of them work, they have complicated schedules, but they are posting this in advance. So their group members would already know that they have some issues with their working schedule. We also gave them a bit of theory and resources. We told them, hey, you can look at COIL at FIU, at COIL at USFQ. We assigned them groups. We facilitated access according to their schedules. That's the way that's why we created this asynchronous collaboration, and we created digital spaces for them to share. So for example, this is what we created. We created different rooms in Flipgrid for them to participate. We're still waiting because we just launched this on Monday. Here is the community building activity. We decided to name it like that so that they would participate in a different way. We got like 56 responses, which is like 85% of our population. And we also opened a Google Drive. So each one of these students has exclusive access to these files in our Google Drive. Thank you so much. I don't know if anybody has any questions or would like to make any comments regarding this presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Hennis. This is really great hearing about your COIL, and I think it's something that a lot of people could adapt to their classroom in bringing, even if it's just a partial COIL where they bring in speakers from other countries to talk to their students. I think that could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's exactly what we designed for the previous course. In this case, what they have to do is a collaboration for discussing. They have two cases. For example, one has to sell flower bulbs to a flower producing company. So they have to meet at some point. They need to have a meeting, but a bilingual meeting, and they need to discuss the terms of the agreement. They have a series of bullet points. For example, they have to pay this much, they have to pay for the insurance, we need this amount for producing this other amount, but they can only provide this other amount. So this is going to help them discuss the terms of their agreement. In the previous one, what we did is we did a series of 3 master classes, if I'm not wrong, with Chile, where they invited real life they invited business owners or startup owners to provide their testimony so that students could actually listen to them for 15 minutes, pose real-time questions that they worked on as a group, and then get a response to their question. And then they created, based on that, a log reflection that they submitted as part of their work. And that was very enriching because they got to talk with real business owners and pose real questions in real time, negotiating with Chilean students in Spanish.
That's excellent. I'm sure that was like kind of made it more of a fun experience, because I know I've heard a lot with the COIL programs that students really feel like they have a connection to the world, that they meet new friends that are somewhere else that they would have never met in their lifetime. So
yes, definitely.
And Maida, are you on? Did you want to add anything on that? Because Maida's been working a lot with COIL as well. Does anybody had before this, had anybody heard about collaborative online international learning? Or I think it's also called international virtual exchange, or there's lots of different names for it. I wish I had a poll already set up where I could just ask. That would be the easiest way, I think, to ask everybody. But
Jill, I just learned something. Just confirm if this is correct. You know,
sure.
We don't need to start with a coil, a full coil. We can start with partial coil where we bring some study and start slowly, and then learn from that and build up from that, right?
Yeah, you can. So actually, we had one of the professors. I don't know if you know Professor Soltero. He talked during one of our events that we had previously, but he has a partner in Argentina at a university called UCEMA, and they were kind of testing the waters with coil, and they weren't sure if they were going to do it or if it was going to work out. And so they did kind of like a test coil, and they had actually involved not the whole class of their student, like not all of their students, but just some. And they sort of warmed up to it and felt each other out, and then the next semester it developed into a full coil where it was both the full classes, and it took place for a longer period of time. So I think coil is great because it allows you to be flexible in what the project is that you're doing, and then you also don't have to work with somebody who's doing the same discipline. You could even work with somebody completely, I don't know, in nursing or something, and then the students in that university would talk about, maybe they would present part of the project of business and nursing, and then your students would come up with, it's like, you could be creative and come up with a lot of different things.
Okay. Does cyber has any money, like if we invite guest lecturers or guest speakers, international guest speakers to talk, does cyber has any kind of stipend that we can pay those guest speakers or no? They all have to be voted.
We do. So I could talk to you about it, I guess, after with like different options, because I think that we do.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Claudia, I don't know if you can hear us. Claudia's also done COIL. Maybe you can share a little bit about your experience as well.
Yes, I was about to talk about that. Yes, in reality, I've been working with COIL for a couple of years, couple of semesters already. Each semester gets better. With Brazil, we make collaboration with FATEC. For those Brazilian teachers, I don't know if you guys are familiar with FATEC. It's a university in Itapetininga, São Paulo. And we have run many COILs. And right now, the students are working on that. And just as Professor Portillo, Gillian was saying, it's such a great idea to connect the students from FIU, in our case, FIU, with the students from Brazil. And it's interdisciplinary. So the courses I teach at FIU is Asian Studies. And my partner in Brazil, she teaches international business. So the first step is to make friends. The professor from FATEC and I are very good friends. We've been working together so many times, and we love meeting and working again for the new project. And the second step really is to think about what is there in common. So for example, our main project is to think about East Asian companies in São Paulo and in Miami. I mean, China is East Asia, China, Japan, and Korea is growing so big that, I mean, here in Miami, we see a lot. How about in São Paulo? In São Paulo, the Brazilian students see a lot. So together, they make a research and they put together a very nice project on different industries. And this is how they analyze the presence of East Asian companies in Brazil and in São Paulo, in Miami and in São Paulo. And I have run these courses for many years. I run the courses with COIL and without COIL, and the end result really, when you compare with COIL and without COIL, is a huge difference. I mean, without COIL, of course, is East Asian companies here because we try to make our classes more real, more practical. So what do we see here? So we see here in Miami, in United States, the scope is just this narrow. But when we start broadening it to reach to other countries, everything becomes completely different. So COIL really makes a huge difference in the class. And I also run another COIL with China, let's say, and the students from China, they are learning Spanish. So they talk, the students from China and the students from Miami, they talk in Spanish. And this is incredible, the way, how fast the Chinese students in China are practicing and learning, and the way they talk in Spanish is completely amazing. And this is all because of this connectivity. I mean, we're making these global barriers disappear with COIL. COIL is an amazing way to make these distances, geographic distance, disappear. And we really have all the way to approach other countries, other people, I mean, other students, and make it a lot of fun. The students in COIL usually love working in COIL. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to add, and it could be applied to. It doesn't have to only be university level. It could be K through 12 also.
I was just thinking about that because I mean, at FIU, I only working on university students, but coming to this conference and having the idea of letting students be exposed to COIL from early on in middle or high school is even better. I mean, the key is to have students from their same age. So, I mean, my students may listen to me, but you know, there is a certain gap. It's not the same as listening from student to student from different countries. This is what makes it so amazing. So they have the similar interest. They like the same social medias. They like the actors, movies, music. I mean, here in Miami, everybody loves Brazilian music. Really, I mean, Brazilian music is something that everybody loves talking about. So it would be great to start up with this activity early on.
Joelma asked if they split the time and speak in each language. I feel like each COIL could be different in that you just come to an agreement as to what language you're going to speak, right? Right, Genesis? That. Oh, okay, I think. Oh, I was going to say that that Joelma asked what language do they speak and how do they split it up? But to my understanding, it's just that everyone comes to an agreement that you can use multiple languages. I know with some of the other COILs that are happening at FIU, we have some of the students here at FIU that don't speak Portuguese and they're not even in a Portuguese class. They're encouraging them to learn so that they can talk to their new partners, and the new partners are learning English, and it's a way for them to practice what it is that they're learning together. So I don't think there's a rule of exactly what language it needs to be in, but I know that you would just present in your own language to your own class, but it would be an agreement that the teachers come to, right?
Yes. Yeah. For example, for the first collaboration that you were mentioning, the one with Chile, we agreed that it was going to be only in Spanish. And instead for this one, because it's international business for Ecuador, what they are doing is they are working in English and our students are working in Spanish. So it's going to be bilingual.
Yeah. And I know that in, I went to a conference on this a while back when we were able to go to in-person conferences. They had one in Seattle. It's called the International Virtual Exchange Conference. And they had all levels of teachers, that were K through 12, that were undergrad, and they were talking about their experiences. And in Brazil, there was like a language lab where they had students that would come in, and I guess it was like like two different schools had language labs. So one in Brazil, the students would be learning English and they can practice their English with the students. And then the rest of the time they'd be speaking in Portuguese, where basically like each group gets a chance to practice the language that they're learning with each other. And that was something that I thought was really nice because, even, let's say you're learning Portuguese or Spanish here in South Florida, it's probably a little different talking to somebody that's in Brazil or that's in Latin America than somebody just, here that might speak Spanglish or, or something like that. So it'd be nice to talk to somebody that's actually in the place that you're learning about.
Many times I tell students that first they have to be exposed to the uncomfortable. They are not very comfortable when they at the very beginning, when they are not familiar with students from different countries, with different language. So the first step probably is they have to adjust to be comfortable in the not so comfortable scenario. But later on, because just like Genesis was explaining, I mean, the icebreaker it has to be something fun and nice. And this is the time that the students have to start exploring technology, translation machines, or there's one or two students who know a little bit of Spanish or Portuguese, and the other and Brazilian student who know a little. So, I mean, they don't need to be completely proficient, but yes, they can communicate. And at the very end, it does push and give incentives for the American students to learn a different language. Because, I mean, it is very important for American students to learn one more language other than English, right?
I have a question. The project is amazing, and I was thinking about how to implement in a K-12 scenario, since at schools we have so many liabilities and the student, we cannot connect easily to other countries, for example. So how this would be feasible in our learning environment and our learning scenario, if you have any ideas how we could implement.
Connections. I mean, I don't know if you, I mean, this is also something that has to be worked on. If you are from Brazil, probably you know somebody from your country, and then, I mean, this is something that does really need to be worked out. Right now, I have a good partner from Brazil. I have another in China. And I mean, as I mentioned, there is a huge difference on outcome. So I teach 4 or 5 courses in FIU. And right now I have 2 courses that has COIL. I intend to have every single class with COIL because it really shows that it works. So this is something that it's hard to do. Don't think that you can do it immediately. It's not something that I click as the instructor, as the organizer. It might take some while. I would say that first you need to find the connections. Of course, connections are very important. I would say if you are from Brazil, you can start with the school where you attended. I think today everybody in the whole world understands the importance of this global connection. So if you bring this idea to your school, I'm sure they will love the idea. And really, everybody nowadays have a smartphone, a computer, internet, and this is all we need to connect the students from one country to the other.
And also there was another question about, or I guess like to further the question, were you mentioning, Beatriz, that would it be like policies that Miami-Dade schools have since the students are under 18?
Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, see, yeah, can I join?
Yeah, come on in.
So in the past, there was a thing called Teletandem with João was a thing. I went to UM and the presenter was excellent. I brought him to Teletandem was Skyping with other students in Brazil. I have a lot of friends who teach at American School in Rio, at various schools. I have friends that teach at Framingham, you know, with second graders there. And I wanted to connect with my students, even 6th and 7th graders who are learning English, talking to little kids from second grade, for example, from Governador Valadares, from different regions. It would be really neat. But I brought him to meet my principal, but I didn't get it approved. At the time, one thing was Skyping, you know, the internet. Now we have internet. I think this is so important for our students because most of them are going to be working from home like this in boxes, right? As my son right now is 29 and he has to deal with everything, you know, all languages, all international. And it's much harder to, you know, it's not like you can mimic, it's not like you can, it's much harder, right? When you're on a screen to speak, to have kids interact. So I think it's a wonderful program. Coyle, I have heard a little bit about it, but I think it's so hard unless it's a group of us that really make it, unless it's something that it's approved by Miami-Dade. One principal is not going to allow it. It has to be approved by Carvalho, by our superintendent, to be allowed to have this communication. So I really wouldn't bring it up to my principal because I know she's going to say no. To bring a guest speaker, we have to notify and let them know way ahead of time. I have to ask my administrator to be able to let him in, and he's the co-host. So just to make it short, I agree with Beatriz. I would love to do this, and I have a lot of connections. The thing is I'm just merely a teacher, and just merely a teacher is in Miami-Dade Public School. If it was a private school, yes. But, you know, Ransom, my husband taught at private schools. I taught at private schools. We could do anything. But at Miami-Dade Public School, it's very difficult to get it approved. Thank you. Sorry. So I'm hoping you guys can bring it over to our superintendent someday.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be beneficial to everyone involved, you know, because the students would get exposure to people from other countries that maybe they hadn't had before. But I don't know about all the policies and the rules in that way. I don't know, Juan Carlos, if you have had any experience with that, or if you know who anybody should talk to, if there's a person that would review something like that.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't had any experience with that, and I wouldn't know. I mean, I could start making connections and see what route to take, but honestly, I don't have an answer for that. Really, it is a little cumbersome. But I mean,
I guess there's a lot to think
Can
about.
I jump in?
Yes.
Can I jump in? I'm teaching an honor class, which is like a pre-advanced class for pre-AP lunch or AP lit. And what I'm using for them is their own social media. So if they, throughout their social media, can connect somebody out of the country, they can do it like a short interview with friends and family that they may have outside the country. Most of them have families. So of course, this is like a research project, and they can bring the sources they have on their hand. So what I'm using is the social media so far, you know, like a little informal. They can record that conversation or gain an information using that media, but nothing far away from like an interview with an adult or somebody in the sector that they can reach if they don't know. But
yeah, yeah, Mr. Rodriguez, that's really good because I do Flipgrid, and it's amazing. The kids all love it. I did the about the factories that they had to divulge, they have to research, and then they present on Flipgrid. So it's there for everybody. And I do have them contact friends or family in Brazil and interview them, and immigrants, for example, and they have to present that, and those are great. But with the COIL, I mean, I do see the needs for some of our students to be able to take that initiative where they would have, connection, even though we're the facilitator. But I mean, seriously, with middle school, it would be very hard, unless maybe we could be in the classroom and we could Zoom with the kids, but it's anyhow. But yeah, I think, and fifth grade is, I think it's amazing, and it's something that they can share with their own family, and I've had very positive views too on that.
I think COIL may be a big innovation and a big breakthrough that could be a new step, a next step for world languages in Miami-Dade Public Schools. I mean, it might take some time to work on it, but once it is worked, I do believe it will become like a big breakthrough and innovation that is needed, and it only makes sense for world languages. I mean, for safety issues, let me tell you, most of the young kids are already making friends all over with gaming. I mean, your children, your students probably are doing gaming with people all around the world, right? So make this connection, gear this connection into an educational platform, and make the students be able to learn something out of that. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I'd love to figure it out because I know that there's probably a lot of dynamics that have to be figured out in making it a safe exchange for the students, and probably lots of guidelines and rules that would have to be followed. But I know that it's being done in other countries. So maybe that's something that we could figure out. Juan Carlos, if you know of a person to talk to about it, maybe that's something that we could, help pave a way for anyone who's interested in doing it. And thank you so much, Genesis, and thank you, Claudia, for adding your insight to it as well. And then Maida, are you on? Well, I'll go ahead and introduce Dr. Dr. Annie Abbott. She comes to us from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and she's a professor that teaches business Spanish, social entrepreneurship, and service learning at the University of Illinois. She's authored 2 Spanish textbooks and numerous articles about languages for specific purposes and service learning. And I will go ahead and stop sharing my screen so you'll have access to share.
Okay, hello. Thank you very much, Jillian. Maida, I could see that you were talking, but we couldn't hear you. Just want to give a great big thanks to you, Maida, mi gran amiga, for inviting me to do this. And before we actually begin the talk, I just want to say to all of you that I admire and respect so much the work that you've been doing with our students, with our children in our classrooms this past year, which has been so difficult for everyone, very challenging for you. You're doing wonderful work, and I wish that everyone would go to the reaction button and give yourselves a big applause, a big celebratory thing. Please hit a reaction button just acknowledge yourself. And I give my heartfelt big thanks to all of you. And thank you for attending this professional development workshop in the midst of everything that we have going on with our children, with our students, and with our lives. Thank you. All right, so I'm very happy to be with you today. And so the title of, Jillian, could I just double check with you? I have until 1:30 your time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the title of my talk today is Engaging Business Language Classroom Activities. Not engaging as activities, but creating activities that are engaging, that are interactive. And why do I say this? because the main message that I want to give to you today is that you can teach business languages in your classes and still use interactive, engaging activities. Sometimes I see that people get very serious when it's time to teach business in their language classrooms. I had a TA many years ago who was teaching the business language course before I sort of took it over and took it all to myself. And he was such a dynamic teacher. He really engaged students. And then when he was assigned the business Spanish course, he went to class every day with a suit and a tie, and he lectured students because it was business Spanish. And that's an option. I'm not saying that he was wrong, but you know, I want you to know that you can continue doing the wonderful kinds of engaging, interactive activities that you do with your students already, even when you're teaching business content. And so often when I share the kinds of things that I do with my own students, which I'm going to do with you right now, high school teachers ask me, but how can I do this at my level? My students aren't as advanced with the language, or, you know, I have a different kind of dynamic going on in my classroom. And so I just wanted to head that off right now by let's talk about some of those strategies that we use to make sure that we can take almost any activity and change it, alter it so that it works at any language level. But how do you do that? I would say that first, you must identify what is the purpose of the activity that you're doing. And remember, when we do communicative language teaching, if that's what you do, the purpose is not practice the preterite, learn vocabulary. There's a communicative purpose that's going on. So I identify that. What is it that students will know at the end? Not grammar, not vocabulary. What content will they know at the end, or what purpose will have been served by the activity that you're doing? Just know that from the very beginning. And excuse me if I am telling you things that you already know. I'm just trying to get us on the same page. You can take a complex activity and simplify it. How can you simplify it? You can make it be, if it has many steps to it, you can make fewer steps. If it uses a text that is too complicated, you can cut some of it out, maybe only use the middle part of it, the beginning part of it. You can rewrite, simplify some of the sentences if you want to. So you can take something that's complex, either in its structure or in its language, and simplify it, chunk it, you know, which is what we often do. And then, of course, if you have something that's complex and you want to bring it down to a lower language level classroom, you need to provide support and scaffolding. And maybe that means that before you jump into the activity, you need to provide some vocabulary ahead of time that they'll need to be able to use that they'll use in the activity. Maybe you'll need to do some activities that activate the schemata about the topic that they're going to be encountering in that activity, so that they go into it already sort of warmed up for that activity. But we all know many ways of supporting and scaffolding our activities to help our students achieve them. And then, of course, the thing that you want to do always to make sure that your students are, in fact, getting that comprehensible input, that it's not too much, it's not too far beyond them, is you want to do comprehension checks, which are not, just as a reminder, do you understand? Does everybody understand? That's not a comprehension check. A comprehension check is when you give them instructions, let's say, and then you say, do you have to do this or do you have to do that? And if they can answer correctly, then you know that they have comprehended. But if we just say, do you understand? A lot of people say yes, and they didn't understand, or some people say nothing when they actually didn't understand. So I just wanted to set that up to remind everyone of everything that you already know ahead of time before we go into what we're going to do now. I tried to look up some words in Portuguese. Does this mean loan? Yes? No? Anna Greninger, tell me what this means.
It does mean loan. It's just one letter, empréstimo, right? But it's beautiful. It's good.
I tried. Thank you very much.
No, and I think that's the neat thing about it, you know, that trying is so important. I mean, I'm not a speller either. So I tell my students too. I mean, just because I'm a teacher doesn't mean that I have to be a good speller.
Okay, well, Anna, in the chat, will you give me please the correct spelling so that I can correct my slide in the future? So what we're going to talk about now, well, actually, we're going to just jump in and we're going to do an activity. And it's very similar to an activity that I do with my own students. Okay, so this bar always gets in my way. So could you raise your hand if you already know about Kiva, kiva.org? I can't see everyone at the same time, but I'm kind of getting the idea that maybe most of you don't know about Kiva. So in the chat, let me just, well, you can go to, on your own computer, please. You'll need to do this. Open up a tab and go to kiva.org, Kiva.org. Thank you, Jillian. Thank you. If you can go to that, please open it up. We're going to be using that. Okay. And so what this is, it's an online platform where we, any of us, can make microloans. We can loan money to people all over the world who are asking for loans for their businesses. It's not even necessarily for their business, but for the most part, it is about their business. So you can find categories of types of loans, types of people who are asking for loans. And why don't you just take a moment and scroll through and take a look at what this site is, how it works. Just take 2 minutes to look through the site and then we'll do our activity. Okay, I hope that has helped you get a feel for what it is. This is a site that I use often just to give money, to empower people, and I use it with my students. And so let's take a look here now. If we go to lend, I want to lend money to someone who's asking for a microloan. And let's go to, excuse me, this bar always gets in my way. Let's go to South America. So you do this with me, please. You go to Lend, Regions, South America, and then click on Brazil. Okay, and you can see that there are 11 people or groups who are asking for loans in Brazil. You just scroll down, you can see them. Right? And you can make a loan of $25 or much more, depending on what you want to do. And it's a loan, it's not a donation, it's a loan. And they pay it back to you and you get the money back. And you can either take that money back out of the site or you can continue to reinvest it in other loans. All right, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to put something in the chat for you. No, you don't make a profit, Claudia. So what I've done in the chat is put 2 links here. And these are 2 different groups that are looking for loans, right? But I'm going to stop share for a moment because I need to concentrate. We have 36 people. And so I am going to make record groups. Jillian, am I not able to create breakout rooms?
I thought you would. I might have to put you at, I could add you as a host and then you can switch yourself back as co-host, I guess. We'll try that. Yeah, I think that might be it.
Claudia, it's not similar to GoFundMe because GoFundMe are donations and these are loans. And so it's similar in the sense of the feeling that you get by doing it in the way that it's organized. Thank you, Jillian. So I'm going to create, let's say, 17 groups. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell each person number 1 or number 2. If I tell you number 1, then that means I want to, I'm going to put it in here again. If I give you number 1, I want you to click on the number 1 link, Los Iluminados group. If I tell you number 2, I want you to click on the number 2 link, Orquídeas group, okay? Augusta Bono, 1. Gloria Rivero, 1. Melina Castillo Monroy, 2. Adriana Bode, 1. Dr. Fidelia Medina, 2. Annette Arslanian, I have you on here twice. Anyway, I'll give you number 1. Lisette Monson Paz, 1. Roberto Monroy, 2. Jillian, 1. Jillian, I'm going to have you participate too. Yuelma, 2. Isuri, 1. Juan Rodriguez, 2. Karen Rodriguez, 1. Katrina, 2. Elizabeth Rodriguez, 1. Heiler, 2. Ana Paula Lax, 1. Beatriz Cariello, 2. Ana Gruninger, 1. Dania Maria, 2. Cristina Vasquez, 1. Zoila Cáceres, 2. Maida, if you want to participate, Maida, 1. Ronaldo, 2. Cynthia, 1. Laura Guzman, 2. María del Pilar Hernández, 1. Martha Beatriz Zanete Morales, 2. Carmen Pavón, 1. Claudia Lau, 2. Genesis Portillo, 1. Juan Fernández, 2. Flor Roque, 1. Karen Rodriguez, 2. And what I want you to do is I want you to read, one moment, please. I want you to read about your group, but I want to show you that you can read it in Portuguese. So there's a link that says read in the original language, view original language description. And I want you to click on that for your group, and I want you to read it in Portuguese. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes to read about your group. And look at the other information.
Did we get with the link to join? I didn't get the link to join.
No, you don't need to join. Just I'll go
Okay.
to the chat and I'll put it in the chat again.
Oh, okay, okay, I got you.
Okay. Take your time, read, take a look at all the information about this group that's asking for a loan. What do you think? What do you think about what they're asking the money for? What do you think about all the information that's there? Okay. Looking at my timer, I think that's enough time. And so what I do now with my students is I get out my credit card, but I have to say, my teenage son, I think he has my credit card. I looked in here and it's not here right now. But if I had a credit card, I would hold it up and I would tell my students, okay, I'm going to make a loan to one of these two groups. And that's what I'm going to do today. Today, I'm going to make a loan to either Los Iluminados group or the Orquídeas group. And you're going to tell me which one I'm going to loan the money to. So I'm going to open up the breakout room now. Hopefully there will be two of you in there, and or at least two of you, and you will each have read about a different person who's asking for a loan. Your job now in the breakout room for 4 minutes is to summarize, present to the other person the people who are asking for the loan that you read about. The other person will do the same about their loan. And in 4 minutes, you two have to decide which one of them is more deserving of the loan that I'm going to give them. And so, in other words, you need to try to convince the other person that the loan that you read about should get my money, my credit card money, and they should get the loan. So I'm going to give you 4 minutes in your breakout room. If something goes haywire, if you're the only one in your group, that's okay. Let's just wait for 4 minutes and I'll call you back. 4 minutes.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
So
What a great opportunity.
I answer and I thought, oh no, she speaks Portuguese. I'm not going to understand.
Yeah, I asked, but I didn't see if she answered. Is she doing English, I imagine?
Yeah, she didn't answer. I guess it would probably depend on the room that you're in and who speaks what. And if I was a Portuguese teacher and you spoke Portuguese also, you could probably talk in Portuguese. You could talk to me in Portuguese. I don't know if I'll understand, but.
No, that's fine. I guess, but I get the message. I mean, now there is a value. I mean, I want to defend this family because they need to get the money.
And it's a great idea to bring into your classroom too, because the students have to think in business terms, why, and if you make them read it in Portuguese, because it says, like at the bottom of mine, at least it's like translated, let's see. Present the loan that you read about to the other person, then decide which one should receive the loan. It's like a competition. It's exciting.
Right, but so I didn't read the other one, so I guess we're gonna have to
tell you about them. So,
or I guess we don't need, because we need to present ours to them, I guess, right?
Right. So you can tell me about yours, and I'll tell you about mine.
Also, you're not in number 2.
I have number 1. So we're both.
Oh,
you're gonna present to me your
person.
person.
I see. Oh, now I got it. Okay.
Together, and we decide together which one we like better.
Oh, okay. Tell me.
Put her credit card on, and she might actually be paying. I don't know. It might just be in theory, but maybe she's actually going to put 20 towards one or the other.
That's a very nice idea. But I thought we were going to present later to the group, but now it's between us. Okay.
Yeah. So you want to tell me about the one that you read about?
Yeah. So now I read in Portuguese, but I don't want to tell you Portuguese because, but she's a mother and she's going through some hardship because of the pandemic. And she works in a salon, and the beauty salon, and she wants some money for renovation. Her furniture is not good condition, and she thinks that that'll be very helpful, and just to help her keep afloat the situation.
And then mine was it's a group of 4 men. And the original person that was part of the group, he rents, so he's from Sao Paulo, and he used to sell seasonings. So like that was what he would sell. But because he had a previous loan, he was able to get resources to purchase a sandal cutting machine. And so now he sells seasoning, but he also sells flip-flops that he makes, which is kind of cool. And so he's asking for a loan to invest in raw material and increase his business even more. So he's working together with 4 guys, and they're a very unified group, and they all the members are punctual, they have their own business, and they all have had growth with each renewal. So I feel like it's good that they're kind of working together, because if you loan to one of them, which I guess would be the main guy that, that's on the picture, then they kind of like help build each other up. So that would be a good reason to loan to them. But I do like that yours is here, because I've heard that, when you donate usually to women, that they put the money towards their family, whereas like sometimes with the men they don't.
And he's 4 people, so he can find more help. She's alone, so she might need more the help because she's fighting for herself and her family.
Yeah, it's true.
So where do we go with?
I think we maybe. So I like the guy, and I like that, like if we're giving
side.
It was a very difficult situation. I mean, they're both worth of receiving the help, and it's like, how do you decide? I mean, they have valid points, and it's all good. I mean, so I wouldn't be able to decide either or. I mean, I would feel bad to give to one and not give to the other one.
So Juan, do you think that there's a business lesson to be learned from what you just got through saying?
Well, I don't know if it's a business lesson, but it is that we need to keep in mind that we're dealing with human beings, and there's a story behind everyone. And my story is as valid as yours. It's just mine. And those decisions have to be really, to make those decisions, you have to analyze everything, not take it so lightly, and just read over. I mean, because on paper, anything looks good or looks bad. It all depends how it's written too.
That's good.
So there's more to just the written piece, but it is a very difficult decision. I mean.
Yes. Martha, with whom did you speak, and what kinds of things did you talk about, and decision did you make?
Well, we talk, Maria del Pilar and I. Maria have the first group that is a man who has like a selling business in the street, and he's the only support, the provider for his family. And I have the Orquídea group, that they are a group of women that have a beauty salon, and they need to make improvement. And we were talking that in some cases, it's hard to decide. The final decision was that is as it was $25, we can give $12.50 to one group and $12.50 because they both are equally in need. So it was hard, but we practiced arguments, negotiation, and I think that was a great accomplishment.
You changed the rules, Martha. That makes me laugh.
Yes, well, because it's hard, because both are in needs. I think that the person who is in the sell part, that's not my part. I'm defending the women's with the beauty salon, and one of the argument was that for Latin Americans in that social group, that is, though the women most of the time are also the providers or the breadwinners for their families, and they play in disadvantage because for laboral market, men always have more opportunities than women. And so it's really hard. So I'm, as a woman, I'm trying to support the women cause.
Okay, then. Thank you. Thank you, Martha. And Juan, Carmen, did you want to say something?
I wanted to mention that I just picture myself as being one of my teenager students, and most of them come from single mom, and myself as an experience on that. I did see myself growing up in a Latino community, and I tended to be more supportive of the single mom for many reasons. Now with this era of women empowerment and all this girl power, so I picture my students fighting over that one to be more deserving.
Thank you, Carmen and Juan and everyone for doing this activity. In the chat right now, I have to force you, Juan, you have to make a decision. Martha, I'm not going to give $12.50 to one and $12.50 to the other. I can't do that. The platform won't let me do that.
Can we split
In
it?
the chat, please write down which group, you can write 1 or 2, that's all you need to do, 1 or 2, which group you think I should give $25 to. And afterward, I will ask Jillian, please, to count up who gets the most votes. And at some point, if I have time during this class, I will make the donation. If not, I'll do it right afterward. Be sure I am going to donate to the group that gets the most votes from you, okay? So let me tell you a little bit about how this works with my students. My students love this activity. First of all, I donate $100. When I do it with my own students, I donate $100. And I just started with you've just done this in pairs. Then what I do with my students is I make the pair go against another pair and they have to come up with a decision. And then at the end, usually there's about 3 groups, 3 big groups, and they have to present to the whole class, and the whole class votes on one, and I give that money to them. In the end, I often give money to all of the groups that the students end up finally presenting on, but not necessarily. And so I think one of the reasons, of course, why students love this activity is because there are true stakes to it. I am not suggesting that you spend your money to do this activity with your students. You don't have to, but just the idea of digging in and looking at this is very exciting for students, and actually having to defend it and persuade the other person that they come to in the breakout room or in the normal classroom. I've been doing this for many years with my students, is a very fun and very engaging activity for them. Let me go back to share screen. So I want to just say a few things about this. What are some business concepts? One already gave us some ideas about how to do this. Afterward, what I do with my students is I ask them, how did you make your decisions? And many of them are emotional decisions, which is part of what I was hearing from all of you too. And were there any economics that you took into account, economic data and economic information, banking information, something like that, that you took into account as well? You know, the site doesn't give us a whole lot of information. And so one other question is, what other information would you have liked to have had in order to be able to make the decision about who to give the loan to or not? And then another question to ask students is, if you were a traditional banker, how would you have evaluated this loan application? You know, just take this out of this setting and put it into a different setting. How would you have done it? And here I'd like to just show too, I think I just lost it. I had a page here that had, well, you can find online loan applications in Portuguese, in Spanish is what I use. And then students can practice what would it look like to actually apply for a loan in Portuguese. What kind of information does the loan application ask for that was or was not included on the Kiva site that we just looked at? And so as you can see, what we're doing here is just, we're using the language, we're teaching business concepts, but we don't have to be serious. We don't have to put on our tie and do a lecture just because we're talking about business concepts. And I know that you're teaching Portuguese, not Spanish, but I use a textbook in Spanish that's called Éxito Comercial, and it has a whole chapter on banking that then can, of course, be tied into an activity type like this. And so some of you asked about GoFundMe, right? And so what I'd like for us to do now is to take a look at a crowdfunding site from Portugal. I'm going to put it in the chat, or you can just go to it right here. You find the chat. There we go. If in the chat, if you can click on that link, then it will take you to this crowdfunding site from Portugal. And I'm sure most of you are using information from Brazil in your Portuguese classes, but it might be fun for your students to also take a look at Portugal. And so if you just sort of scroll through this, you will see the different projects that are looking for funding. And you can click through if you're interested and read more about these types of projects that are asking for funding. And you can explore the whole site, get a lot of information from it. But now I'm going to stop sharing because you have it up on your own screens, hopefully. And this is what I'd like to ask you. We've just done an activity that was about microloans and crowdsourcing loans, but now this is crowdfunding site. These are not loans, these are donations. How might you be able to use this site that I just shared with you to create an engaging, interactive activity with your students and also talk a little bit about business and business concepts? Just throw out your ideas. Let's hear you. Just put on your microphone. You don't have to raise your hand. Just talk.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
I think we need to keep to put over the desk the impact in the society, because I'm helping probably a family, or how they could impact in their community, how they will multiply that benefit. That's the point that I would consider.
That's great. Yes. And there are studies about that. For example, we know from studies in economics that when women control money, or when women of a family are given money, it has a larger impact. More people benefit from that money when it's given to women. Thank you.
You.
Suela, did you want to say something?
No. I would like to read again the little passage. Is it possible?
To do what?
About the lady. We can read again the little passage, please.
A little passage. I'm not quite sure. I didn't understand the question. I'm sorry. Oh, the passage? You want me to put it back on the share screen?
Can I read again, please?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I put the link there.
Can we read?
Thank you. This site, there are lots of different projects, campañas they're called. And so it's really just about, how could you use a site like this to create an activity for your students? And remember, what we want to do is we always want to identify what our purpose is by using this site. We want to be able to, that's a lot of information. If you're a beginning learner of Portuguese and you click on this website, that's a lot of Portuguese to all of a sudden see and to try to figure out how can we simplify it for them and scaffold it for them, and then do some comprehension checks so that we make sure that the students actually are understanding what they need to understand. It's okay. You can think about it later, but it's also just a site that you can refer back to if you want to create an activity for students to teach them about some business ideas. The first thing that comes to my mind is marketing. How have each one of these projects presented themselves in a way that makes people want to donate to them? How have they used images? What kind of language have they used that is very persuasive, makes you want to collaborate with them? Okay, so let's just move on then. We've talked about we've talked about the loans, we've talked about crowdfunding, and now there's a website that I teach social entrepreneurship in Spanish to my students. And so I use the website Ashoka with my students. You can see it here. Ashoka is a nonprofit organization that supports social entrepreneurs around the world, people who are trying to make positive change in their world. And so you can go to, in the chat, you can go to Ashoka and you can see it for yourself. But I also want to show you as something that you could use in your classroom. You can change the language by going to Brazil and then you will see that the language of the website changes to Portuguese. And I'll show you rather quickly something, the activity that I do with my students. So if I go here to the social entrepreneurs from Ashoka, I'm going to click on that. And as you can see, it gives an example right here in Portuguese of a social entrepreneur who has been supported by Ashoka and what his project is. And then I want to find more of these. One moment. I go to Ashoka. Taking a long time to load, so just give me 1 second here. Then I can search, and I can search by using I can filter by the country. And so I'm going to go to Brazil. And here you will see a list of people in Brazil, social entrepreneurs in Brazil, who have been supported by Ashoka. Why don't you just take a moment and take a look at the kinds of projects that they're doing. This person is supporting the elderly through clown therapy, theater. Gisela is working on a nutrition project. There was someone who was doing something very interesting with a low-cost hearing aid. Now, there are more listed here. But as you can see, these are people who are from Brazil, who have identified a particular social issue, a problem, and then they have come up with, here's the problem. If you click on that, you'll find the problem that she has identified. She has come up with a strategy, a solution of how to do that. And your students can read about this and learn about Brazil and learn about these social entrepreneurs. And why do I do this? I do this because I am teaching my students a couple of concepts that are important to me. I teach my students that we need to support autochthonous solutions to community identified problems. And so when I do this with my students and they have these social entrepreneurs and their projects, we say, what is the problem? Is it identified by the community, or is it identified by someone from outside? And is the solution a solution that is sustainable there? They don't need products or resources from elsewhere in order to sustain the project. But then also what I teach my students about is the entrepreneurial process. And I boil that down to 3 parts. The first step of the entrepreneurial process is to identify opportunities. And I talk to them much more about this. If you have questions about this, you can ask me and I'll be happy to go into it. The second part is to find resources, which are tangible and intangible resources, and then create something of value. So I give them this framework and they need to apply that framework and analyze these social entrepreneurs according to this framework. The other thing that I do when we don't have COVID, when we have classes that are face-to-face, that students really, really enjoy, is that each social entrepreneur has a problem and a solution, or strategy that's called. I print out, if I have 20 students, I will find 10 social entrepreneurs from Ashoka, 10, so half if I have 20 students. And then I will print out separately the problem and print out separately the solution. I mix them all up. So I have 10 social entrepreneurs, but I have 20 pieces of paper because I have the problem from one social entrepreneur and the strategy, the solution from that same social entrepreneur. I mix them all up. pass them out to the students, and the students have to stand up, and if they have a problem, they have to find the solution to their problem. If they have in their hand on their piece of paper the solution, the strategy, they have to go around and talk to everyone and find the problem that their strategy solves. So they have to find their pair. They have to find the person that completes, you know, if they have the problem, they have to find the solution to their problem. If they have the solution, they have to find the problem that they are solving there. That's so much fun. The students have to talk to everyone. As soon as they find their pair, they sit down. I almost always have some people who can never find the solution to their problem or vice versa. And so that's fine. They just end up sitting down and then we analyze it together. But again, it's very engaging when you're not in a Zoom classroom. You have to stand up, you have to talk to everyone that you can and find the missing piece of your puzzle. And that's a lot of fun. But it's not just fun. Then what we're doing is we're talking about these business concepts after they sit down together and can analyze what they're working on. Now, the very last activity that I want to show to you, again, an activity my students absolutely love. I have to explain it a little bit. Can someone tell me in English what this means? Did I get it correct in Portuguese? In English, what does this mean? A necktie, right? Yes, a necktie. Thank you. Okay, so this is what I do. Let me just X out a few things. One moment. Okay. So I give my students a video. Well, actually, don't give my students the video. I'm going to explain to you how I do this. And this is when we're in the classroom together. I don't know how we could do this on Zoom. We probably could, but this is when we're in the classroom together. So I am here at my computer, right? And imagine that the screen in my classroom, when I project something from my computer, imagine that the screen is behind me. And so I create a line of students whose backs are to the screen. So when I project and it goes to the screen, it's behind this line of students. And then I have a line of students who are in front of those students. And so again, if I have 20 students, I have 10 students with their back to the screen. And I have 10 students who are looking at the screen, and they're lined up face to face in pairs. And then I put on this video, or a video in Spanish for me, that shows how to tie a tie. But first, I hand out my husband's ties. I bring 10 ties to the classroom, and I hand the tie to the people who cannot see the video. They can't see the video. And usually I have women in my classroom, and they do not know how to tie a tie. And so the person in front of them who can see the video has to explain, has to watch the video and explain to the person with the tie how to tie a tie. You cannot imagine, or maybe you can imagine, how fun this is, because the person looking at the video has the visual cues for how to do it, but then they can only use their words to explain it again to the person sitting in front of them. So if you can imagine.
You have to explain it in Spanish or in Portuguese? Do they have to, in your class, do you have them to explain it in Spanish?
In Spanish. Mm-hmm. Well, because they hear it in Spanish, you know, from the video behind them. But I pause, like they'll say one step, one piece of instruction, and then I'll pause it and I'll say, okay, now make sure that your person, your pair is up to this. You have to explain it in Spanish, and then pause it again when the next step comes. So much fun, so much confusion, but so much fun. And then let me just show you two. I found, so again, I found this one in, it's a It's a short video, as you can see, less than 4 minutes. Then I found one that has 3 different types. So even if you have male students or female students in your class who already know how to tie a tie, they probably don't know how to tie all 3 different types, because there are different types of knots to tie. Then I like that I found this one in Portuguese as well, which is a woman explaining how to tie a tie. And could you compare it? Is it easier to follow her instructions? Is it not easier? So we do this, and then I like to wear scarves, as you can see. So I bring my scarves, and then we switch. So the person who couldn't see the video before, now they switch places. And what we do is we do a video on how to tie a shawl, how to wear a woman's shawl. So the first step is they learn how to tie a tie, a men's tie. Or women can wear ties too, it doesn't matter. And then they switch places, and the other person now has to explain, with all my shawls, all my scarves that I bring to the classroom, they have to show them how to put on different types of ways to wear a shawl or a scarf. I'm going to stop share, but I'll put in the chat the links to those videos so that you can use them if you want to. Let me put them here right now. So I hope that you were able to visualize. It's difficult to explain. I hope that you were able to visualize how that works, with one person being able to see the video and the other person not being able to. So the last thing that I would say is why. What's the purpose of that activity? Of course, you can imagine, I'm sure, why we do that in a business, in my case, business Spanish course. It's because we can talk about a lot of things about culture and business dress, business attire, expectations for what is business formal, business informal, and how people do business in other countries and what they expect you to wear when doing business in other countries. And then again, in terms of making it an activity that can work for your students, remember ahead of time, what kind of vocabulary do you think they're going to need to be able to explain how to tie a tie to another person? Above, under, through, over, up, down. You'll need to review and give them those words. Prepare them ahead of time. Scaffold, support, give them what they need to be able to do a very challenging but very fun activity. So what I've done is I've shared 3 complete activities that I do with my own students. I gave you a site, a crowdfunding site from Portugal that you might be able to come up with an activity of your own using the information there. Joelma, would you like to make a comment or ask a question? No?
I do. I'd like to ask a quick question.
Anna, see.
But when you put the video, the other kids that have their backs are also listening to the video.
Yeah, they can listen to the video.
But that doesn't matter because it's the individual kid that has to explain it, right?
Yeah, there's no way that you can listen to those videos. And if you don't already know how to tie a tie, then you can't just listen to it and do it. But you can hear it, so you're hearing it too. But the person who sees it, and I pause at each step, I pause.
It's paraphrasing or explaining in her own words too, right? Yeah, it's neat. I love it. I'm gonna do it. Get all my husband's ties. It's fantastic.
Yes. But I forgot to bring home the ties one time, and my husband was like, "Where are my ties? Where are all my ties?" So anyway, I would just like to open this up to any questions, suggestions, ideas. I'd love to hear from you. Joelma?
Yeah, so I would make a comment because I loved your ideas. They are very refreshing, and I feel one of complaints. I have 2 kids, middle and high school as well, and I achieved middle and high school. And one of the things that they mentioned to me all the time is like, but why I'm learning this? Like they don't feel the purpose. And I think that your activities have purpose, and they then can engage, they can be more engaged if they feel that there is purpose. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joelma. And in the first activity, as you saw, it's the money, that's the stakes, but that's not really the purpose of the activity. There's an intellectual academic purpose.
They feel that there is a reason why they're doing what they're doing, and so they want to participate. So
yes. Any other comments or confusions?
Did you want me to get? I can give you the winner.
Yes, Jillian.
Drum roll, please. It was group 1.
No.
Very close, but.
And remind me, Jillian, that was the
4 gentlemen. It wasn't. Let me go back and look at what the name was. I think it was Orquídeas was the women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jose was the man.
Yeah.
Los Iluminados.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So they're the ones who won.
Jose, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to make that donation just as soon as I have a moment. And I will show you that I have made it.
No, which is interesting. Can I say something in the meantime?
Sure.
It's interesting that the kids then they have to argue in the target language why they should be voting, why you should be donating for that. I do a similar activity with what the students have to, they have to watch Shark Tank in Brazil. Have you guys heard of the show Shark Tank? Yeah. Okay. So they have to watch the shows, a few episodes of Shark Tank in Brazil, and they have to come up with their own product. They have to come up with something unique, and they can work in groups, and they have to convince the sharks, which are the students in the class, to invest on their product. So there's a lot of preparation prior to the day. They have to do the presentation. They have to create a slideshow of that. So this idea of kids being creative and using persuasive language, and come up with ideas, and who knows, one day they come up with something and they already know all the steps on trying to get an investor, who knows?
It's wonderful. I'm sure your students really enjoy that.
That's a fun activity.
And it helps them with business language.
Yes.
With vocabulary that they
probably they have to create letters to the investors and all that.
Oh, Claudia asked, how much money have you donated so far after all the activities that you've run with this project?
I've donated hundreds and hundreds, I'm sure over $1,000. But let me tell you, because it's a loan, it's not a donation, these people pay the loan back. And when they pay the loan back, then you just reinvest that money. So theoretically, I could pay $100 one year, and the next year I would just recycle that $100. But this is also an interesting business lesson. I show my students how all the loans that I have made over the years, and only 2 of them have defaulted. And they've both been from Honduras, and they were both during global economic crises moments. And so that's a good lesson to learn about defaulting on loans too.
Yeah, lots of really excellent ideas that I think everybody could use in their classroom, whether it's virtual or in person.
Yes, and again, remember, let's just go back to how to make it work in your classroom. Simplify it. You can simplify by making something that has a lot of steps, have fewer steps. You can simplify it by simplifying the language. You can simplify it by, instead of having a whole bunch of people do something, just have a couple of people from your class do something. Look for ways to simplify things so that you can make this work for students of all language levels. Thank you, Karen. Thank you very much for that. I really enjoy talking to other teachers. You inspire me. You help me learn, and I just want to thank you once again for all that you're doing, and I hope that you are able to have fun when you're teaching business concepts to your students. You don't always have to be so serious.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
And I was gonna ask Annie if you could put me as a host so I can
Yes.
have access to share my screen again, sorry. Unless you had anything else you wanted to add.
No.
Okay, awesome. Let me go ahead and share my screen and let me give sharing access to our next presenter. There we go. And then our next guest that we have presenting for us, Maida, did you? Okay.
Hi, hello, good afternoon.
Oh, hi. Oh, hold on. Sorry, Maida's going to welcome you, but I think you're on mute, Maida.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
So we wanted to give a special welcome to Deputy Consul Rodrigo Fonseca. He is the head of Economic and Commercial Affairs at the Office of the Consulate General of Brazil in Miami. He joined the Miami Economic Office SECOM, or SECOM, in 2017 with more than 25 years of experience in the field. He graduated from the University of Brasilia with a degree in law in 1989 and from the Rio Branco Institute, the Brazilian Diplomatic Academy, with a degree in diplomacy in 1994. And throughout his diplomatic career, he has been stationed in France, Guyana, among other missions around the world. And he has also worked in the private sector in the fields of telecom and infrastructure. So without further ado, I pass it along to you, Deputy Consul.
Well, thank you very much. I really, hold on. I'm very glad to be here with you today once again at FIU. And this is my third, I believe, my second time. And as you know, my dear colleague, Secretary Ana Maria had another engagement. So I'm here to try to represent what she was contriving in terms of offering a glance at the Brazilian American perspective in terms of commerce and trade and investment. And so once again, I'm very delighted to be here with you this afternoon. I think I have to share the presentation with you. Hold on a second. I think, can everyone see? Yeah. Can everyone see now?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Just to make sure, how much time do we have for the presentation?
You have until 2:30, so you have an hour.
I have more time than content to offer.
Well, maybe we have, yeah, perhaps we can have questions or additional input, I'm sure, if needed. But you have
no, yeah, okay. So in order to keep showing the slides, how do I do it? Here, right?
No.
Okay, all right. So here we are. Here we go. So I'll try to have this exchange with you and providing some highlights of our economic relations, Brazilian and Florida economic relations, and putting in perspective what lies beyond the the crisis, the pandemic crisis, right? And having also a background information, some background information on what we were doing pre-pandemic wise in terms of fostering trade and fostering the economic relationship between Brazil and the US through or based in Florida. So let's begin with 2020, right? The year that changed the course of our lives. The first months of 2020, last year, I don't know if you recollect, we had the preparation of the Brazilian presidential visit to Florida. It was a very historical moment because this was the very first time a Brazilian president comes exclusively to Florida on an official trip, right? So we had in the very first, I mean, the three first months last year, we kind of concentrated our effort here in the consulate, in the organization, the mobilization of the visit of the president. From the SECOM, from our trade office perspective, we were pretty much engaged in preparing this big seminar together with Apex Brazil, which is the agency for trade promotion, and some other Brazilian companies based in Florida. This seminar on trade, on business, and with the presence of the president, among other authorities from the American side, from Florida side. We had the governor, the DeSantis. We have the two senators, Senator Marco Rubio, who I happen to know is a distinguished professor at FIU, and among other authorities, other business leaders, and so on. So we had this meeting, this big seminar in March, alongside with other events, and a visit by the president to some Brazilian companies and facilities here, such as Embraer and among other big companies, Brazilian companies acting in Florida. Unfortunately, after that big moment of our activities here at the council, we fell into the pandemic, let's say, deadlock, right? And we all had to, go back home and stay home and do our best from our home offices. And but still ensuring the presidential visit, we were here challenged to help Brazilians to be repatriated. Brazilian travelers that were cut off from when airports and ports began to reduce or stop routes completely. So this required a big deal of our effort in order to make, to make sure that the Brazilians who were stranded in these difficult situations could go back home. Then after the local authority began to implement opening guidelines, we also follow those guidelines provided by the state of Florida authorities, so our staff could return to in-person work, and this is how we've been operating since June last year, June 2020. But in terms of economic relations, I will give an overview of what's going on, but shedding light on what was happening prior to the pandemic. Brazil, as you know, is Florida's top trading partner, with a volume in trade of goods of in 2019 of $21 billion, with a quite big surplus in favor of Florida. So just it's important to underline that Brazil is number one and the second largest partner in Florida, for Florida in terms of trade, is China, lagging behind at least halfway from our top ranked position. This puts Brazil in a very privileged position in terms of strategic partnership with Florida. The main products exported from Brazil into Florida that we could mention are aircraft and their parts. Let's remember the Embraer, which is a leading jet manufacturing company, jet and military airplane builders, is Brazilian, and but it's based for the overseas market here in Florida, specifically in Fort Lauderdale, and we had a plant they have a plant in also in Jacksonville. So aircraft and their parts play a very important role in that exchange of trade, the bilateral trade between Brazil and Florida. Also, it's worth mentioning fruit juices, coffee, chemicals, weapons, ornamental rocks, which Brazil is very strong as well, plywood and pulp wood, wood pulp. So in this on this graphic, you'll be able to see this is steady growth throughout since 2017 of this exchange of exports and import between Brazil and Florida, reaching $21 billion plus in 2018. Unfortunately, we still don't have the data stemming from last year, 2020, which would show a decrease, certainly for the obvious circumstances of the pandemic. But still, it's very strategic, let's say, trade partnership that unites Florida with Brazil. In terms of direct foreign investment in the U.S. market, Brazil ranks as the 8th largest investor. A substantial part of that flow of investment is being directed, has been directed to Florida. Brazilian investment in this state of Florida is mainly present in the aviation, civil and military aviation industry, Embraer, like I said, pulp and paper industry, and I could mention here it's some big Brazilian players, Suzano, Klabin Group, metallurgical industry, Gerdau, based in Tampa, food, Balduco. I'm sure a large part of this audience is familiar with Balduco that you find in every supermarket in Florida. A variety of services, especially in food franchises and some other services. Finance, the Brico area hosts some of the Brazilian finest wealth management and bank and financial institutions, real strong institutions, alongside with hedge funds, family offices, etc. In the real estate sector, according to the National Association of Realtors, Research Group, Brazilian investment in the state reached a stock of $2 billion in terms of real estate. And at this point, I'd like to highlight that Brazil has become, throughout the years, the country with the from where the largest investments in high luxury come from, properties in South Florida, which means that the high-end property is largely owned and invested by Brazilian investors, right? In terms of real estate. 65% of this Brazilian real estate investment is located in the Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach area, and 20% in the Orlando, Kissimmee, Sanford area. There's a big flow of Brazilian towards the Central Florida area. Before the pandemic, Brazil was the largest source of international tourists to Florida. In 2019, 70% of Brazilians visiting the US chose Florida as their destination, accounting for some 1 million visitors from Brazil in the state. I remember when I first got here in 2017, there was this figure showing that Brazil in that year or the year before had issued 1.5 million visitors into Florida, outnumbering traditional and classic partners such as UK and Canada. Miami Airport is the first in the USA in number of airlines to receive international cargo, ranking Miami Airport as the 11th largest airport in the world for cargo. This airport is also the third main airport in terms of passenger flow from abroad. In 2019, a total of 49 million people traveled through the MIA airport. Brazil represents the main destination and origin of international flights. In 2018, there were 1.65 million passengers coming to or from Brazil. And so just to have an idea of how important in terms of passengers using the Miami-Dade facilities is for Brazil, right? Increasing the number of it's also worth mentioning that back in 2019, Brazil waived, set forth this piece of legislation opening for Americans visitors visiting Brazil without visa. So this certainly, let's say, triggered a big flow of American tourists going to Brazil. Unfortunately, this trend didn't keep up because of the pandemic. But still, it's much easier now for the American tourists to visit Brazil than it was before. Florida, regarding economic relations specifically between Brazil, Florida is a business-friendly environment for internationalization of Brazilian companies, many small and medium-sized companies. Why is Florida such a friendly environment? Because of the closeness of our culture, weather conditions, pretty similar to the ones we have in Brazil. Language barriers here in Florida are quite lower than in other parts of the states, so on. 96% of Florida exporters are small, medium-sized companies with 500 or fewer employees. Brazilians account for a great portion of this percentage, of this total. Brazilians are the 13th country in job creation in Florida, with almost 5,000 jobs directly generated from Brazilian owned or invested companies. Talking a little bit about our mission here at SECOM, which is the trade office within the Consulate General of Brazil in Miami. There are four, let's say, main goals that drive our activities here at SECOM. First one is to encourage and foster Brazilian exports into Florida. Second one is to attract foreign investment to Brazil. Third, to support the internationalization process of Brazil companies. And fourth, to promote Brazilian tourist destination. So these missions are carried out tirelessly by SECOM. How do we do this? I think we have a slide further on, right, to explain a little in more detail. But our everyday job is aimed at deepening trade, investment, and economic integration ties with the state of Florida, the Free State of Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. SECOM Miami also plays the role of supporting Brazilian companies in developing trade relations between both countries. How do we do this? Through informational and promotional activities, following let's say those tests. We provide product information, including statistical import data. We also provide a list of local distributors and importers for our products. We work in providing institutional support to Brazilian entrepreneurs during local fairs, roundtables, trade missions, and so on. We also work to promote Brazilian fairs and to promote and to, let's say, to announce and to organize and to mobilize public for Brazilian fairs, business roundtables, and buyers projects. We also make available a list of Brazilian export to U.S. imports. So in very basic terms, we try our best to do our matchmaking process between the buyer or the possible potential partner for a business, for a new business to get started with Brazilians, and we also make sure the Brazilians, newcomers, the Brazilian entrepreneur finds a hospitable environment for them to understand the local aspects of how to set their businesses here, and try to draw their attention to possible risks, and we refer some of the partners or of the professionals who could help the Brazilian newcomers to set their businesses. So starting a business in Florida, that's a very important part of our job here. We like we say, like I just said, we provide a list of service providers in the legal, accounting, tax, consulting, and logistics fields. This is of utmost importance for the Brazilians, especially those companies, those entrepreneurs dedicated to logistics and to foreign trade. We also maintain a very good institutional relationship with binational chambers of commerce, with local business promotion agencies such as Enterprise Florida, Beacon Council, Greater Miami Chamber, alongside with some others scattered around, across the Florida state. We give a fairly big amount of attention to the small entrepreneurs who are the bulk of the Brazilian capitalist presence here in Florida. And we provide them with general information on how to start a business in this state that welcomes so well our community. In terms of, from the investment capture in Florida to Brazil perspective, we organize quite often programs and workshops on how the Brazilian side deals with foreign investment, tax incentive programs. We try to explain the current reforms, tax reforms, labor legislation reforms, and so on, so we can give the American investors or potential investor an overview of the Brazilian market. We organize and promote events in that regard on investments opportunities. We disclose some of the bids and many opportunities that the Brazilian economy can yield for the American investor. We provide also an initial aid for foreign entrepreneurs to start a company in Brazil. In short, we try to spot potential investor and show them that Brazil is feasible, it pays back, it has a legal framework that guarantees securities and safety for the money invested in our country. Facts about Brazil, like I was saying, in very general terms, Brazil is undergoing a series of very important and structural reforms since roughly 2016. Those are reforms aimed at turning the state less, let's say, heavy, less, let's say, less prone to hinder, business to happen. Yeah, to decrease the red tape and the bureaucracy and things like that. So we want to liberalize to provide a more, let's say, open economy for the foreign capital to flow into Brazil, which is a country, as you may know, as we all know, is one of the 10th largest economies in the world, with a population of more than 220 million people, the fast-growing middle class consuming each day more, struggling with difficulties, of course, and difficulties worsened by the pandemic. But it's a country that is key for every player in terms of business in the world, right? So to give an overview of these recent or ongoing reforms, I mentioned the new general law for state-owned companies, which was passed back in 2016, that improves management and gives you a better compliance and regulatory framework. Also very important to mention the labor law reform in 2017, which helped decrease in 36% the number of labor lawsuits, which was a powerful stumbling block for foreign investment in Brazil. Nobody could understand in depth how the labor legislation worked. It was so complicated, so outdated, and so preemptive of free market that would scare off many investments. And this was fortunately and overruled by the law reform, by the labor law reform. Also, the economic freedom law, which turned the country less bureaucratic and easier and facilitated for small businesses through low regulation and for investment funds. Important to mention also the Social Security reform, which represented a deficit cut of as much as $250 billion. Also helped reshape the size of the state, making it more capitalist, I mean, more, let's say, self-conscious of its solvency. Also, we began to launch more attractiveness institutional policies to foreign investors through an infrastructure debenture law back in 2019. And also we simplified and reduced tax burden through tax law reform. Actually, this last one is a matter of discussion in Congress right now, and hopefully by the end of this year it should be passed, this new law, modernizing, updating the Brazilian tax system. Some facts about Brazil in terms of infrastructure, just to give a glimpse of the size of the country for those who are not that familiar. The Port of Santos is the largest port in Latin America, responding to handling some 131 plus million tons of cargo a year. We also have the Carajás Railroad up north in Brazil, transporting 207 million tons of minerals for the northern ports of the country. Guarulhos Airport in Sao Paulo, which also made way for some 43 million trips in 2019. So those are figures that that confirm the let's say the calling of the country into as a big player, as a big you know, it's a big economy with big numbers and big results as well, albeit today difficulties and challenges. Partner institutions of SECOM, SECOM Miami has partnerships for the development of project and promotional events, as well as partnership for assisting partner institutions in their activities, thus helping to amplify the positive economic impact of the Brazilian community on the region. As you know, the Brazilian community in Florida amounts to more than 400,000 people these days. And most of our community is very proud to be known as hardworking people and very open to I mean, very adaptable and adjustable to the state of Florida circumstances and in terms of law abidiness and etc. In addition, the close relationship with regulatory and local government agency enables SECO Miami to obtain contacts from local entrepreneurship support agencies and entities like I mentioned before. The Brazilian partner institutions that are worth mentioning are the Ministry of Agriculture, as Brazil is a very strong food producer, right? And agribusiness powerhouse. State and municipal tourist offices, business association, Apex Brazil, and by the way, footnote, Apex Brazil for the U.S. market is based in Miami, and we have a very strong partnership. Chambers of Commerce, binational chamber, namely Brazil, Florida Business Council, located in Tampa, Brazilian American Chamber of Commerce of Florida, based here in Miami, the Brazilian Central Florida Chamber of Commerce in Orlando, and so on. Multinational trade and business associations, local community entrepreneurship support institutions. With local government, we have a very strong relationship with the state government, counties, municipalities, federal regulatory agencies such as CBP, USDA, FDA. We are always participating or in touch with those institutions in order to be updated in terms of the requirements for the products shipped in Brazil through that has with Florida as the destination, ports and airports. The ongoing 2021 and beyond, the ongoing pandemic has also changed how Brazilian products and services are showcased. Social distancing and travel restrictions imposed new ways of promoting trade. Virtual trade shows, online businesses, roundtables, and e-commerce are in high demand as alternatives for traditional business models and in-person events. And we try to be as on top of all of those characteristics of new demands of this new reality, this new normal, for to continue to provide our services to the business community gathered here in Florida in the benefit of Brazilians and Americans in Florida. Final consideration. The closer relations between the Brazilian and US government have created a positive scenario for business development between Brazil and the US. The reforms proposed by the Brazilian government agenda will also favor the business environment. The commercial partnership between Brazil and Florida remains relevant, with room for growth of export of Brazilian products and services to this state. Such a partnership is an important asset of the negotiating power of the Brazilian business community in the region. Florida is an important ecosystem for strengthening the Brazilian brand in the United States. So in short, my friends, this is how our sector here with the Consulate General works, right? And I keep saying to my visitors in our offices here in Coral Gables, visitors in person or digital or virtually, that this is the home of the Brazilian entrepreneurship and the Americans who are interested in getting to know more about the Brazilian potential, the Brazilian opportunities, which are boundless. And so I welcome strongly all of you to our website, which is right here, and also to have a coffee whenever the pandemic allows us to do so. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope to be able to answer some of the questions that might come up. Oh, how do I do this? Stop share. Here.
Thank you very much. That was really, really interesting to hear all about the relationship between Brazil and the US, especially in South Florida. Do you all ever do any things like internships for students or anything like that, or?
Unfortunately, we are not allowed to do so for legal reasons from the Brazilian standpoint. But we are always open for students to look for us and to talk with us, to do workshops and to exchange with them. So, but internships, that's something that I'd like to reinstate here. We used to do that, but at this point, we are not allowed to do it for the time being.
Eu tenho um comentáriozinho, posso falar?
Claro.
Tudo bem, Rodrigo?
Prazer em revê-la. Tudo bem?
Também. Prazer em revê-lo. Olha só, eu estava pensando aqui naquela cartilha que foi desenvolvida pelo Conselho de Cidadãos. É uma cartilha para brasileiros, como desenvolver os negócios deles aqui. Isso não seria interessante para os alunos de português que estão aprendendo português ou que são brasileiros, que já falam exatamente como empreender na Flórida? E acho que seria interessante mencionar, não sei se você chegou a mencionar.
Não, de fato não. Muito bem, inglês ou português? Inglês.
Não, pode ser inglês, porque eu acho que tem outras pessoas que não falam, né?
Yeah, Annette, she very well remind me of this product, of this handbook, right?
Handbook, yeah.
It's a handbook, and it's also you can also have access to it, to the whole content on our website. There's a link to this handbook. It's in Portuguese, but something that we are working to translate into English. But in short, it's how to do business in Florida for the Brazilians newcomers, right? This was published back in 2016, the year I got here, and 2017. Sorry, 2017. This was indeed an initiative by the Conselho de Cidadãos, right? The Council of Citizens of Brazil, and the idea was to provide a very basic, in a simple way, very basic piece of information for the Brazilians setting foot here first. We have to remember that in 2017 there was a very big flow of Brazilians coming, trying to find a better way of to thrive, right? Bringing their families, because Brazil was suffering from a very important economic recession. So that this book, this handbook, or this guide, was intended to promote that overview of how to open a bank account, on how to open up a company. But since then, of course, the let's say the mentality has become more aware of the American way of doing things, and people are not as let's say as naive anymore, and now so they don't need as that amount of in general terms. It's still a very important tool, but I feel that now after 4 years or so, the average Brazilian entrepreneur have found their way in Florida, so they kind of think this is a very basic stuff. It's a book of reference, but without the same impact. So that's why we are working on updating this guide. And as soon as we have it, hopefully by the end of this year, we can also reconvene and promote this publishing.
You know, talking about that, Annette, it was good that you brought this up. I have the book, and among my courses, the courses that I teach at FIU, I also teach Portuguese, business Portuguese. And I've been using some parts of that handbook as vocabulary, and it works very well. And then I ask them to write something similar to based on another aspect, and it works very well. That's a good tool. That was good that you brought that up.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming and visiting us again at FIU, Rodrigo.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. Thank you. My pleasure. Unfortunately, we cannot be in person like we did the last time, right? 2 years
That's
ago.
right.
But,
that's right. We have to wait a little bit more.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate you coming in and talking to us again. It was great having you last time, and then great seeing you virtually.
Well, yeah, it's how it is today, right? Yeah. But
yeah. It's our lives now, right?
The new normal. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and launch a poll, but feel free, anybody, to ask any questions for Deputy Consul Fonseca as they come up. See. So as you're asking questions, you can go in and answer the questions that we have.
Those questions are for me? No.
No. You can answer them, but I don't know if they would apply for you. Do you, and now, do you all do webinars and things like that regarding Brazil that people can attend?
Yes, of course. Yes. Okay. I do invite you to visit our website, which is the SECOM website. I think it's at the end of the presentation. Well, in any case, I can send you later. On this website, we keep informing of the seminars, webinars, and things like the workshops. For instance, last week, we did have the honor to host here, together with the Brazilian American Chamber of Commerce of Florida, BACCF, webinar with our ambassador, the Brazilian ambassador in Washington, Ambassador Nestor Foster, who gave a very interesting, a very insightful overview of the relation, of the bilateral relation with a broader perspective, right, between Brazil and Florida and the U.S. Given the new scenario with the administration of President Biden and things like that. He spoke about the environment, which is a very sensitive topic in the bilateral agenda as well, and among other things as cooperation, trade, how to deepen even more the ties between the two countries, which are the two largest countries on the hemisphere, the two largest economies, two largest democracies on the hemisphere. So it was very, very enriching. So next time around, it was posted on our website, and the website, by the way, is it's Miami. I'll send it to you. It's I have to spell so many words, but I will share with you our presentation, in which you will see on the very last page the website. And we also have our Instagram, right, and the Facebook page, you can miss it. It's Consulate General of Brazil in Miami. And then you see the subdivision, how to say that, the link to the SECOM, the trade office, SECOM, which stands for Sector of Commerce. SECOM.
And are the presentations in Portuguese or English? Or?
Portuguese and English. It depends on the circumstance. And it's interesting to remember that right after, like we said, we had this anticlimax after President Bolsonaro visit. So the beginning of last year was very promising. We had many projects, many things to work, and events and workshops and fairs. We have a very busy calendar in terms of events in to promote food and beverages and culture, as you may know, and many other initiatives that require the actual presence of people from Brazil, right? The National Coffee Day and also the tech sector in Brazil is developing real fast. And so we used to have participation at the Emerge America Fair here in Miami Beach and many other things. So all of a sudden we had to cancel and postpone for this year. So, I mean, for another opportunity. So this kind of, meant that we had to slow down a little bit. But still, we after this first impact, we somehow we found our way in these new modes, in this new fashion of reaching out or engaging with people outside through Zoom. So we had many Zoom meetings and Zoominars, if I may say, on construction, because people and the interpreter and the Brazilian business people, they, as the business community in general as well, here as well, they tend to find new ways to do business and to promote their products, or to discover new talents or new possibilities within the current crisis. So one sector that grew real fast and became very dynamic, and that we helped a lot, it was the construction sector, because people had to stay home, so they had to adjust their home for the home offices, and right there, as you can imagine. So we had the opportunity to promote Brazilian small business, small construction companies, for them to become known, and they could perform their jobs in rebuilding, in revamping the homes in order to to match the new requirements of home offices. So even in difficult circumstances, people find a way to make money, to do business, and to adapt for a brighter future, right?
Yeah, I think definitely if you can send me the information on the website when you get a chance, or share your slides, and I'll share them with everyone, because maybe that could be an opportunity.
Oh, you see here, yeah, Beatriz Cariello, she just helped me out here. You see miami.itamaraty.gov.br, English, you see here?
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Beatriz.
Superhero. Yeah, because perhaps there could be an opportunity for faculty to, or the language educators to attend some of the events and bring back the information that they learned in their classroom, or apply it to their classroom for topics.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah. And feel free to reach out anytime you you feel it's important that we participate, I'm more than happy to make myself available again. You're always in contact with Ana Maria, right, Anna? No, my colleague here, the other.
Dr. Bono, I think is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's it. Perfect. So thank you.
Yeah. So thank you very much. I'm just going to share really quick with everybody this last slide that I have. Let me see. So we, I don't know if can everyone see my screen now? Nope, I don't think I'm sharing. Okay. Let me just do here. There we go. So we're also on social media and we use Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. So we have lots of different upcoming programs, whether it be webinars or professional development events like Dr. Watson was talking about the 3-day program that we're going to be running for Afro-Caribbean Spanish in the Afro-Caribbean context. And that's going to be coming up. So, you know, follow us. We post very often about different opportunities, and you know, we'd love to see you all again for that. And let me see,
Has anyone snapped a few shots on this webinar, on this?
We haven't. That's a good idea. I'm glad you told me so that I don't forget. Let me
yeah, so we can share and post in our social media here.
Let me stop sharing here.
Vai, fica atrás.
Yeah, I can do.
Fica atrás, não. Deixa aparecer.
Okay, so
this guy here, let me just say that this guy who was interrupting me all the time, he's a alumni. He studied, he graduated in FIU. How many years ago? 10 years ago?
12, 14.
Yeah. So he's a fellow student.
Yeah.
Bruno Slump. Yeah. And he was the one who prepared the presentation.
Oh, thank you. You said Bruno? Thanks, Bruno.
Bruno. Let's take a picture here, right?
Yeah, here we'll do. Okay, everybody that's on page number 1, smile.
Como é que faz? Ah, she's taking it. Okay.
1, 2, 3, go. And now page number, I don't know how you know if you just smile, because I don't know how you'll know if you're on one page or the other. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cheers.
Cheers. Okay. Well, it was a pleasure. I'm very honored to be here with you.
Thank you very much for your time, and great to have you as well. And a huge thank you. Huge thank you for everyone for hanging out with us for the day.
Thank you. Obrigada. Thank
you for all.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for organizing all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're very happy, happy to do so. And hopefully you've thought of some new ideas that you can incorporate into your class so that you can get your students, you know, starting to think about why learning these languages are important and how they can actually apply it for their future. And yeah, and I'll be sending you over all of the slides that I have, as well as the recording. I'll send you the link to the recording once I have that. That'll be likely next week because it's a very large document. So I'll have it shared on Google Drive or YouTube. And Maida, did you want to say anything? Or Dr. Vona?
Thank you very much, Jillian and Maida. You did a great job. Now we have a star at the consulate. Huh? An FIU star at the consulate.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Next presentation here, we'll give it.
Excellent. We have to talk later on. Maybe you can write the story of all this situation for us and become one of our stars, right?
Of course.
Bruno?
Show your face, Bruno.
Hello, guys. No, I'm very happy to have found. Very proud to be an FIU alumni, and I've been here for as soon as I graduated FIU. This was like my first real job that I got in my career.
Isn't that great?
Great,
Well, but
great place to start.
But you were not my Portuguese student, unfortunately. Right?
Well, maybe you
For
need
obvious reasons, right?
No,
Very
I-
good.
I didn't take Portuguese, and I was because I don't it wasn't considered a foreign language at the for me. So I was
That's
like,
right. Of course. Yeah, I understand.
Amo,
I
amo.
was just kidding. But thank you so much. That was really a very good surprise.
Thank you. Bruno, did you come last time to the event?
the last year, yes, I was there.
I think I remember
2
you.
years ago.
A year ago.
It was in November of 2019 that we did it?
2019,
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, I remember you. Good to see you again. Yeah, well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. If you have any questions, definitely reach out to me, and I'll be in touch with you all with the information. Also, Juan Carlos said that he had another meeting, so he said that if you have any questions regarding, I guess, getting the points or anything that you need to do, you can email him, and he'll respond back to you quickly. And I believe I don't know if everyone has seen, but he sent an email in regards to, let's see, the process that you have to do in order to get the points. And yeah, and I think that's it for today. Did anybody have anything else that they wanted to say? Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, thank you.
We appreciate
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Was excellent.
Have a
Bye.
great weekend. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.